Good afternoon. This is your captain speaking, the anchor baby. Thank you for the patience. We're still loading in the passengers, of course, and refueling the plane, of course, getting everything going. So appreciate the patience. We'll be right with you. Prepare for takeoff. All flight attendants, get ready for takeoff. How's everybody doing? Welcome to nickstream. Taking off. Welcome, welcome. Getting down tonight on Friday. It's nickstream. How's everybody doing? Good afternoon, good night for some. Welcome aboard nickstream. This is your captain speaking, the anchor baby. Welcome to the Friday nickstream. Should be a nice flight today. Flying out of JFK International. One of my favorite virtual airports to fly out of. On our way to KLAX, Los Angeles, other side of the country. We'll see if we make it. We got some in-flight entertainment today, plenty of it. We're gonna have a fun show today. Want to deal with a couple things. Dealing with social media and the children. Stuff I discovered about the ego. You guys remember the box life? Anybody knows what that is? Got something interesting about it. We got some more fun stuff later on too for Nick at Night. 6ix9ine, you know about him? He got beat up. The guy saying, I don't run around with no security. I want to deal with the France protests and what I see about it as a layman and what I know. That, all that and more, and your calls, and maybe even a little VR streaming later. It should be a nice long show. We're going to have fun today, Friday. Let's get down. Let's enjoy ourselves. Let's do our thing. Thank you for joining me on nickstream. We're about to get started here. Very nice, very cozy. Looking good. We don't want to be dropping out of the sky, right? We need some speed. We need speed. You need two things to fly. Speed and lift. We don't want to be dropping out. Let's get that going. We're about halfway up our ascent. Should be up to our cruising altitude of 36,000 feet. Let's get on up there, shall we? Smooth flying. Well, it's Friday yet again. How's everybody? What's up, Renesio, Emperor, Christopher, Lady Seasal, Red Dirt Fan, Teddy Patton, Everything is Fake, Karen Williams, Lord Bibby, what's up? We got TSA. Is it called TSA? The cops on the plane? Lord Bibby is on. Teresa, what's up? Elias name. Based America First. Nice. Ryan. Everybody. What's up, everybody? Danimal. Okay. Very nice. Nick, you have to pull the stick straight back, max throttle, and bank right as hard as you can. Why does that sound like bad advice? Although I'm no stranger to airline incidents, as they're calling them. Airline mishaps. Time to turn off our landing lights. Don't want to be breaking any regulations here, huh? Taxi lights off. Seatbelt signs are still on. But we are approaching our final cruising altitude. At which point I will turn off the seatbelt sign. We'll have service coming down from our lovely flight attendants very soon. But until then, be patient. You will hear the ding. Seatbelt sign is off when I do so. That means you can call in 760-515-3855. Lines will be open in a moment. Welcome to Ankle Airways. I like that. Ankle Baby Airlines. I should get a custom call sign when I get back into the VATSIM stuff again. Get that going, right? I should go with a custom airline call sign. That way I can always call it out. Anchor Baby Airlines 506, blah, blah, blah. Coming your way. Mayday, mayday. How's everybody's Friday so far? Like I said, there's a couple of things I want to deal with, and I think I want to open it up with... Oh, I know how. But first, let me welcome the first class super chats. We got some first class seats already bought. You can get your tickets super chatting the show or supporting me on Streamlabs. Nice. Welcome, Lord Bibby. Thank you for that. Says we get Orange Fanta and Uno in first class. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. Yes. Come on down and sit on your first class seat. It's all yours. Okay. 26,000 feet in the beautiful virtual horizon. Very, very nice. Got a long, calm flight ahead, so kick back and relax. Let me make sure everything's good here. Everything is Fake says he's in first class too. I don't see your ticket. But it's okay. Hanging out with the riff-raff in the back, that's all fine too. We have a nice flight for everybody. We have a look, some have to sit in the back, some have to sit in the front. Isn't that just how society is? Some in the back, some in the front. Some gotta do some gotta do the labor, some gotta do the thinking. I don't know how true that is, if it has to be that way. Pleasure. Thanks, Frederick. Welcome. What does that mean? Right on, Frederick. I remember when that came out. Shout out Wiz Khalifa. Frederick is going to be the only Enga, the only Nika in first class. Nice. Welcome, Nada. Hey, Danimal. Welcome. Come on down and sit on your first class seat. Comes in strong with the first class super chat from New Zealand. Is that from New Zealand? Very cool. Well, let me turn on this and this and this. What's up, everybody? Let me say hello for real now that you can see me. Let me turn down the plane sounds. I can barely hear you. Hope you're having a calm Friday. We're about to have some fun here. Let me mute some stuff so I could at least hear myself think. I hear the wind rushing of the plane. Let me turn that down. What's up, Point Fire? Welcome. Is that aren't you my brother from Brampton? My brother from Brampton. Okay. Come on. Can we get a little mute action? Okay. Well, I want to get into this right here because you may not have heard. Test. You may not have heard that e-girl careers are all over now. They're all completely over. All e-girls, OnlyFans girls, e-girls, and everybody in between. Your careers are done. Still flying that Cessna, Christopher Withers. Maybe when we get to, I don't know, we break, what, 200? I'll fly the big boy plane. We'll just do it for fun anyways. You best believe you're first class. I don't know. You got to take it up with the lovely flight attendants. Okay, so all girls, your e-girl careers are over. You may have heard on the JLP show today, breaking news came down. You heard it first. If you missed it, I'm about to tell you. Women are not hot. Women are not hot. You may have heard it. You may have heard today. You may have heard today the news. You ladies, you're not hot. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Jesse was saying, oh, and thank you for, just got a little notification from the plane. It's telling me how to fly it. Well, that's nice. You gotta love computers. But you may have heard Jesse, he's talking to someone, a male saying he can't get over this girl. She's so hot. She's so hot. Jesse's like, you got to get over that, man. Like, women are not hot. That's just a thing that you can't stop believing, that you've identified with, et cetera, making it harder to deal with the whole thing going on there. So straight up. Very cool. Females are not hot, and you're not happy. They're not happy. They're not hot. Lots of things going on with them. It's all together. It's all connected. But first, here's what's up. Let me turn this on. There you go. The seatbelt sign is off. So kick back, relax, seatbelts off. You can chill. Call in the show, 760-515-3855. Do your thing. But let me get into this, what I'm talking about here. Just a little fun. It's a little silly, a little dumb, but hey, we're doing our thing. White women on TikTok are a little mad that their drugs aren't working. Their meth isn't hitting the way it used to, okay? And look, what I'm talking about here is there's more than 4. In fact, so many that they could be compiled into a compilation of women on TikTok complaining that their ADHD medication isn't working just quite like it used to. Okay. And if you don't know about ADHD, okay, if you don't know about this so-called psychiatric disorder, as it's called, disease even by some in the academic community, attention deficit hyperactive disorder, an inability to focus, and numerous other symptoms. And it's treated with drugs such as Vyvanse, Ritalin, and other brand names, okay? Adderall. And what these are essentially, they're essentially, amphetamine and amphetamine analogs. That's what they take. It's supposed to help you focus, okay? And we're flying really fast right now, okay? You might see that I'm a little worried because we're flying quite fast right now. And that's not good. We need to slow it down. So I need to make sure all my automated throttles are on because we need it to slow down, okay? Slow on down, plane. Come on. We don't want to fall out of the sky. As you can see, that's red. That's not good. Okay. Speed, come on. Not good. Not good. But don't fear. We've already taken all your DNA. So we'll clone you should anything happen. Okay? So don't worry about that. We'll just put on the speed brakes. Okay? Anyways, look at these clips, okay? Let me get into these clips. It kind of goes into other stuff. Then I want to get into, okay, let's get into this, okay? TikTok women complaining about their ADHD
not receiving Adderall. Coming from
what's going on here? Why are there so many of these videos?
100% not receiving Adderall.
Okay, they're giving us fake Adderall during the shortage. Lauren Two Life, this young white lady here.
100% not receiving Adderall. Coming from someone who has diagnosed ADHD and has been on this medication since I was 9. I'm currently 26. I did some research because I haven't been able to function lately. So this is my bottle, and I swear to you, it used to say Adderall XR 20 milligrams, not D-amphetamine. Honestly, I could be hallucinating, but I went and did my research. And the top article was
she seems to talk about hallucinating very glibly, like she does that a lot.
First, Adderall, you can pause the read. When comparing dexedrine and Adderall directly, Adderall showed the ability to decrease symptoms of ADHD overall, and there was no evidence that dexedrine could. I personally think they're giving us dexedrine during this shortage, but that's just me.
So there's some sort of, okay, now we learn that there's some sort of Adderall shortage, okay? Okay, hold on. So that's what we're coming to piece together this thing going on right now. There's an Adderall shortage, and we got the ladies, they're saying the Adderall's not hitting. They gave her generic brand amphetamine, which, by the way, that's just closer, that just kind of takes away the mystery of what you're taking there. Oh, where's my Adderall? Well, here's some amphetamine, which is what it is, right? So they're giving her generic. They're giving her maybe another analog of an amphetamine due to the shortage. She's talking about being on this stuff since 9 years old, okay? And maybe talking to this person, maybe if they weren't so whacked out, maybe due to their lack or their or less effective medication that they're not on. Maybe you'd say, oh, she's maybe you see her working, okay? You're like, okay, she's a young lady, put together, doing her thing. Wouldn't think twice of it. But she reveals herself. She's been on this since 9 years old. Talking about hallucinating, very, 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 like it's not that big of it, like she does that a lot or something. So, yeah, don't know about all that. Oh, nice. Auto throttle just started working. Good news, cabin crew members, passengers. Plane slowing down. Nobody has to die today. I was going to I was just going to chalk it up to another, I was just going to say, hey, look, another show, another statistic. You guys were just going to become statistics again. But hey, good news. Your anchor baby pilot has saved your lives. Right? Gotta love it when that happens. No need to climb anymore. All right, plane. Calm down. Stop with the climbing. This is what happens when you fly a plane while doing a show, okay? But hey, doesn't that view look nice? So, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. You seeing these women, right? I'm talking about these women. The clips, we showed them. Showed at least a few of them. Here's what's going on, okay? These ladies...
I'm documenting my day on Adderall.
...are kind of losing it.
That is not working.
Okay, there's more to this. Okay, there's more point. Hold on.
I'm documenting my day on Adderall.
Documenting my day on Adderall. That isn't working.
55. For the record, it says 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎 ER 20 milligram salt combo CP. Salt combo. What? Okay. 8:56. I woke up with a migraine. And is it right here, which I never get?
Okay, no need to like deep dive into these videos. Look,
else's Vyvanse just not working lately. Like, I've been prescribed Vyvanse for...
Yeah, no, they're not working. I had to go take a drug test for my new job. And so, of course, I woke up that morning, took my Vyvanse. Like 2 or 3 hours later, I go do this drug screen. I just got my results back today. There's no amphetamines in my system.
Why am...
Interesting.
Else's Vyvanse just not working lately. Like, I've been prescribed...
Listen, man.
Is it just me?
You're supposed to be my plug. This is what they're saying to their doctors.
Or is
Why are you coming at me talking like that? I'm your doctor. You mean your prescription? You my plug. They just lose it.
anyone else's Adderall
They just lose it. They go back to their dealers.
just not
Look,
working?
just watch this.
Like, I'm on like a 20 milligram extended release, and I feel like ever since everyone's been talking about the shortage and stuff, like all the new
My crank's
bottles
not hitting. Okay, so, you just want to talk about these women? Look how crappy their lives are, or whatever. Hold on. What's going on here? What's going on here? It seems to me. Does anyone disagree? It seems to me like people. I'm talking about women here, but people in general are at their worst. Is that just me? Am I being negative? Am I being, Nick, this is a time where we've brought out more people than ever from abject poverty. Okay? America, da-da-da. Okay, is it just me? But doesn't it seem like everyone is in their worst states? The plane is stable. I have to say the plane is not climbing anymore. Good news. But, man, I got to turn on the AC. We'll do that at the break. It seems like everyone's at their worst. Their worst. And you got to understand, they're taking these amphetamines, okay? These things that stimulate you, okay? And I've talked to people who have ADHD, and they take these medications. I've talked to people who started it young. Got a little call here. I'll get right to you in a moment. Hold on, caller. I'll be right with you. But I've talked to people who've taken it at real young, when they were boys, and I've seen the lasting effects in their later years. I've talked to people who still take it, and they believe it's a good thing. They have to take it. They must. They don't see anything wrong with it, and they're gonna do it. And they give me. I've talked to those people too, and they say, maybe it's according to their doctor, but this is their reasoning. They say, yeah, it's a stimulant, right? It's an amphetamine stimulant. You know, you've heard of methamphetamine, right? That's how you know it's a stimulant. You know it as an upper. But they tell me the medical reasoning is that it's called a stimulant, but it's not. It's just all it is it's like stimulating certain brain chemicals, right? Neurotransmitter, chemicals. And the point being that that you're missing those. You're missing those which are essential for focus, essential for functions that you're unable to do without it, according to the literature. And it seems to me like it's like everyone's at their worst, whether they're not doing well physically, financially, their health, they're whacked out, like just angry, or they have a lot of insecurities and issues. Am I just being negative here? Or is that just me? But anyways, it seems like women too are at their worst. They're at their unhappiest. They're at their most backbitey and angry. At their most, hating of, men and anything kind of male. They're just like not in a good state. And if there's anything I've learned and discovered about myself and about life, it's that a lot of people just have no idea the state that they're in and what they're agreed to, what they have committed their lives to. They don't really know. But how did we get here? How did we get here? We got all these people. That was just like what? I showed you like 4.
I mean, I
Look, let me
figured
go
out
down
what
this
my
thread.
body.
Here's 5 more for you. Anyone else's ADHD meds not working?
Remember, kids.
TikTok.
Remember,
content.
kids.
Always like this.
The next time that somebody tells you the government wouldn't do that, oh yes they would.
Okay, that's another person talking about their ADHD not working.
The next time that
ADHD meds not working. Okay, look. Uh-oh. Plane is saying vertical speed. We're falling out the sky. Everybody calm down. You may be feeling some turbulence right now, okay? But don't worry. The plane is just correcting itself. You may be hearing that right now. Vertical speed. Okay. But how do we get here? How do we get here with the ladies? And I saw a bunch of you trying to call in. And, I mean, you could call in and wait on hold. But let me get through this. And we'll take calls. We'll do our thing. But how do we get here, right? It seems like, does it seem, is it just me? Or does it seem like to all of you that they're increasingly, it seems like it's 2 sides to everything. You're either on the side of feminism, which brought about, which is making them depressed, the women depressed by making them work, by making them think they're greater than men or equal to men. Or you're on the other side, which is like, yeah, women in the workforce, the future is female. Does it seem, it's like everything, and all people too, politicians, people you talk to, they're either on that side or this side, and they have varying levels of beliefs in this or that certain thing. But when you get down to the brass tacks on, like, what's it called? Threshold type questions where you're either on one side or the other. You'll see people kind of align on one side or the other. And people want to say, that's the evil side and this is the good side. But it does seem like there is a culture and system and way of governing that has produced, facilitated, and allowed and brought about a lot of what we're seeing, okay? And that's kind of what I want to get into today, different examples. And maybe even some talk, maybe what can we offer? What's the solution? How can we think differently, okay? Because I don't really want to sit here complaining about TikTok women all cranked out on meth, because they got there after a series of unfortunate events, okay? And unfortunate choices, influences in their lives. So I don't want to sit here and just show you these women and be like, oh, look at them these methed out ladies, which, by the way, how bad is this? Female mental illness, I heard, is pretty bad. Okay. Like, has a doctor, look, Pew 2020, has a doctor or healthcare provider ever told you that you are having a mental health condition? Women, over 50% of young women say yes. Okay, that's crazy. So, and what do you even have to be depressed about? Okay, you're not going to World War III. You're not going to chill out. No, but people, it's real to them. People whatever they're going through, it's real to them. even though there's no such thing as a psychiatric disorder, psychiatric disease, okay? We just accept these terms. We accept these. There's just like these assumptions in society. I grew up with this assumption of this being a real thing, a psychiatric disease being real. This assumption that chemical imbalances and depression are real. I grew up with that sort of thinking, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, anyone else relate to that? Like, we grew up with that kind of assumption to basic biology. This assumption, first we are taught and grow up in this in school and biology. We're taught, these basics of biology. And that's one of them, mental health. Anybody relate? When there's no such thing as those things, okay? You may not know how neuropsychiatry and these terms and things came about. You may not realize or understand, but these are, you may not realize just how they came about, okay? You hear a chemical imbalance, for example. You hear things like this term, meaning you're missing brain chemicals. Your brain has a physical deformity, a problem, and you need chemical balancers, pills, chemical balancers to balance out the imbalance, okay? And that's another like assumption. And I know this is true because of people I've talked to recently, friends, people I know, on this stuff, and just saying this stuff that I'm telling you, it's a chemical imbalance. So you may not realize how in 1948, okay, neuropsychiatry, as it was called then, was divided into neurology and psychiatry, okay? Neurology dealing with diseases, psychiatry dealing with emotions and behaviors, okay? And it was around this time that the industry, the pharmaceutical industry, basically authored the whole chemical imbalance strategy, okay? Calling things a chemical imbalance, and then you needing this balancer, a pill. Despite a dubious and hard to link connections between these so-called neurotransmitter chemicals and the diseases, and in many cases outrightly not finding any sort or any test existing for any such imbalance to be found. Are you following me? That's a little bit on imbalances and psychiatric disorders as I've seen it, as I know and see from what I could tell. I'm not a doctor, but this is how I understand it. So yeah, female mental illness, Anyways, I heard they made it up. Pseudoscience. I mean, I see what you guys are saying, and I've heard some of this stuff as well. And the point is here, look, it's not going down. It's not getting better. It's not, it's getting worse. So am I wrong? Anybody else, like, does it seem like people are at their most weirdest state? Like people I talk to, peers, younger than me, they're just, I don't know, willingly believe things easily that comes down from the media, and just assumptions about their lives. And seemingly in a rut. Is that anybody? Okay. Everybody knows that feminism is a satanic cult. So this is a known thing. Everybody knows this. I mean, I've heard that it does have some really weird, dark, like origins. Feminism does, at least. Empowered women. I heard that has some pretty dark, like atheistic, satanic kind of underpinnings or beginnings. And imagine this woman being your pilot. Okay, just we're in a plane. Look, I know that you'll hear from me like, okay, Mayday. Okay, maybe 100 something souls lost. Okay, fine. Okay, maybe maybe, okay, the plane's going too fast. I don't know why it's not working. You might hear that from me, fine. But would you rather me or this as your pilot?
Okay, if you don't feel safe, get off the airplane.
This is your captain speaking, but never like this.
I'll stop, and we'll fly the airplane. Don't worry, I'm going to let my co-pilot fly it. He's a man. Okay?
It's a total meltdown. The pilot boarded in her street clothes and addressed the passengers over the intercom. Passenger Pam O'Neill couldn't believe what was happening.
She said, let's take a vote. How many of you would like to take off now with me dressed as I am, or would you prefer that I take 10 minutes to get changed into my cute little uniform? Then she started talking about her divorce and political candidates, and the minute she mentioned that, a gentleman stood up and just yelled, "Whoa, enough, you're scaring me."
Another
Thank
passenger,
you.
Randy Reese,
I get
got
off
up
of that
to
plane.
leave and gave a running commentary on social
But how unhinged do you have to be to even think this is okay? And I do have a caller here. I want to jump in with the caller, see if they got anything to say about this or whatever. So just hold on for me, caller. I'll be right with you. But how unhinged do you have to be that you come in and ask and do all this and think that's okay? And people are gonna really call in, like people calling in Hake's show, like Joe from Phoenix. They're really gonna call in and say affirmative action or whatever. The FAA found that not a single airline is pushing. You know, they made some report basically debunking. The debunkers debunked what they were saying is they're saying they're saying diversity hires and all that is the uptick in these aviation incidents. And the FAA came in and say, no, that's not true. No, we found in our report that no one has been hired in this way and brought about these problems. Look, we all know that's BS. But basically, how did this all come about though? What is it that we're living in? And what is it that needs to change in our thinking and in the country, etc., to prevent this with the ladies, with the women, with mental health, with a lot of things and other things I want to get into? Well, I want to make that connection with the France protests. And I got something. We're having fun with the ladies, the messed out ladies there. But there's some problems going on. And I want to connect that with the France protests and stuff. But first, and we got a long flight ahead, so no worries. First, I want to get to this caller here. Caller, you're on the air. Your name and where you calling from?
Hello, Nick. This is Frederick from LA.
Frederick, welcome, sir.
How you doing?
All is well.
You have a question, and I think I might have an answer for you.
You said I have a... Okay.
Okay. There's two books, and they were written by Alexander Shulgin and his wife. You ever heard of the 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎?
It's a little hard to hear you, man. Can you come close to your phone?
The 𝒏𝒊 and the 𝒏𝒊, them two books from Alexander.
Who wrote this?
The Alexander Shulgin, the one that invented MDMA.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this guy invented that stuff.
Yes, he was a scientist.
You said 𝒏𝒊 and what?
𝒏𝒊. It was two books about psychedelics and how they take effect and affect the mind. And it was a research. I mean, it's pretty recent. He
this
was
name
in it.
sounds familiar, Alexander Shulgin.
Yes. So that's what pharmaceuticals took. He put the plans on how carbons and hydrogens matched up, and he started synthetic drugs, making them were in a lab. I mean, they used them themselves. They got rated. It's a big pharma did a lot of studying into his work, and a lot of these drugs and what's happening in rehab is they tell you that you have to forgive. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand you're powerless over it because you manipulate the mesolimbic dopamine system to cheat the brain to make you feel happy.
Okay.
So once you learn that out, you'll always be an addict.
Stay close to your phone, man.
They say that you'll always be an addict once you learn this. Okay. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Right. Yeah, I hear you. Okay, so I got you. So this guy wrote these books. He loved MDMA. He's all into all that. Okay.
All right. So now they got kids on Adderall, manipulating depressions with all of these fake drugs. You understand? So it's like they done created this ball and chain. How do you think they're gonna cut it off? Or do you think they want to cut it off?
No. It seems like they don't, because looking at it just outside looking in, I'm a total layman. You got to just stay simple on these things. And if their motivation was to get people better, then you would see the usage of these drugs go down, for example. Just on that simple metric alone, you would see. But it seems like prescriptions and usage of these things are skyrocketing, and just doesn't seem like they're slowing down at all.
Because the usage of these drugs got a lot of these professionals that's in office or in work today through college. Adderall was used through white college students to get through school, to stay up. My phone's cutting up. To get through school, to stay up and all of that.
I heard about that.
Just like cocaine, it was a leisure drug. So if you going through college and meeting the best people in this society, we got to cut that demand out to feel better. I'm like, that's what I was calling in the Hank earlier. It's like the demand is so great that I don't unless you start adding time, it's gonna be hard. You ain't gonna be able to get the lawmakers to do it. That's
Man,
just like,
I wish I could respond to you better, but it seems like you keep going away from your phone or something.
Maybe it's the charging blocking it. Maybe it's this new Apple case.
But I'm kind of hearing you, like you're saying that there's a demand for these things. I mean, you're right. Look there's an Adderall shortage. There's so many people using it, and maybe other compounded effects from supply chain issues or whatever.
Yeah, psych drugs are getting them closer to spirituality, and they leave it Christianity because they've seen that they don't have free will. When it comes to those 12 steps, if you work them, they work. But a lot of them is like, okay, I'm going to take my free will back anytime and go change the way I'm feeling because this sucks. But you can't do it with Christianity unless you turn to a substance. And a lot of them is just like, I can do this, and I'll be all right just because I feel better. It's about how they feel instead of suffering. They don't want to sit and suffer in the pain.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah.
I think I'm following you in what you're saying. Yeah, they see they have no control, but if they could control how they feel by giving themselves a substance, they'd have some control there?
Yes. They have to drown it out and numb themselves to reality, and they go into their own delusion. And in that world, everything, their ego is in charge. And they write, and this been my best friend and only one here with me since y'all turned y'all back on me, but they're delusional.
Yeah, I've heard.
They're rather living in delusional than the pain and the humility of having to be a man and stand on your feet and go out there and work or do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's a tax you'll have to pay later and later the more you put it off, and then when it does come, it'll just be even greater. And that's just on society as well. We got like every welfare program.
I think somebody need us to be like this because maybe this is what they're gonna feed all the 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎.
Wait, what are they gonna feed?
Pills. They're gonna feed all the 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒄𝒏 pills, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, I gotta go to work. They got my medicine."
Actually, the two friends that I was kind of referring to earlier, they're both Jewish. I don't even know what that means, but you're saying they're gonna what? Who are the 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒄𝒏? Our goys are just not Jews, right? That's my understanding of what that is.
Nope, they're not.
So wait, sorry,
they do work for them when they can't do work.
Okay, so okay. Well,
yeah,
okay.
Almost like service.
Well, I don't know about that.
All right.
I just don't know.
That's what it is. All right. I don't have nothing. I'm gonna watch the French protest. I like what they're doing over there. They doing the same thing in California, protesting with the teachers and all. It's a different.
Well, it's different, right? Because they're protesting like what they're raising the age to retire. But they're similar in some ways.
I want to hear what you guys say, and then I'll.
Right on. Thanks, Frederick.
I don't want to hop on too many subjects before you get to them, but.
No problem. Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Have a great day.
Okay, moving the wheels. He's talking about people using those things. Finding some comfort in making themselves feel differently, thinking they have control, but slaves to this substance. So they know themselves that that's not true. I know, you know what I'm talking about. You know when you're not free like that. But what did he say? I thought I heard him say something about crack. White people using Adderall to get through college. I mean, look, that's not saying, I'm not saying that's good, but it's like getting mad. It's like getting mad at white people for, and I'm not saying that Frederick was mad or anything at all. I'm not saying anything about Frederick. But you know how some people get mad that whites have less jail time because they can afford lawyers and stuff. It's like they're gaming the system. It's like, if you're going to do that, if you're going to game the system and do drugs and all that, and I don't advocate for this at all. But it's like, if you're going to do like some heroin or something and then that's how your life's going to go. If you're going to use Adderall and like be all stimulated trying to get through class, then you'll get the consequences and benefits from that. I mean, you know, that's just how that goes. I think way more consequences than good. I know people doing that stuff and they don't seem to retain anything. It doesn't seem normal. I don't think you need to do all that. Okay, I got another caller here. Caller, your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, Nick, it's Teresa.
Welcome, Teresa. What's up?
Okay, so like when you were talking about chemical imbalance,
yes,
they have no test for any kind of chemical imbalance.
Right.
Especially in your brain. So, and here's another thing. Psychiatrists and psychologists, they just prescribe medication. They don't have any chemistry knowledge of what this medication does. They just give it to you, see how it works, and then they go by what you tell them. You know,
okay, gotcha. Yeah, symptoms, and then
it's making me feel better. Oh, okay, well let's go with that. And if it works, then they'll up it a little bit more,
right.
And then it'll get to the point, which I don't understand. If it's working, why are you upping it?
To get it to work even better. It's pretty. I don't know.
What it does, it addicts your body.
Mm-hmm.
It addicts your body to this. That's the chemical imbalance. They're producing the chemical imbalance.
Yeah,
and telling you have a chemical imbalance. So you think, oh, well, you're the doctor. You know I have a... No, because give me a test to show me that I have it. Do a blood test.
Mm-hmm, right.
If you
went and asked
know
them,
what chemicals are imbalanced, which ones are imbalanced?
Show me, doctor. You know, I get that. It's like, go to your doctor and ask him to
not
show
a
you.
one, not a single one can.
How do you know my chemicals are balanced? Show me how you know that.
Yeah. And I did that. To every one of my doctors that tried to stick me on medication. And I was like, no, where is my chemical? Show me where the balance is. You have tests, show me where the chemical imbalance is. They could not. They're like, no, we got to give you the medication first. Go screw yourself.
No, totally.
So, no, they have no test. And the reason why the schools are the ones that administer the drugs from the very beginning, because they don't want to have to deal with children being naturally active, especially boys.
Right.
They take it away. Every exercise program, first thing they want to do is stick boys on medication.
Yeah, there's a selfishness almost at every level with the parents, with the pharmaceutical companies, the doctors. There's a selfishness and incompetence kind of a interplay there that's happening at every level.
But it has to do with pure laziness on the parents' part and on the teacher's part.
Totally. I mean, you think about all the kids. Now, you tell me if you've seen this. Children and iPads. Okay, children and devices. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Just glued to the devices, young children.
You don't even
lots
want
of
to get
parents.
me
I see
started on
them out
that
there.
with dealing with boys.
Say that again?
I said, you don't even want to get me started on that with dealing with boys.
What do you mean?
Well, for one, I believe that laptops, where's the first thing that those batteries are by and all that, those what do you call it, Wi-Fi, whatever is coming off. It's right by their scrotum. I mean, it's right there.
Oh, like messing with fertility stuff. You're talking about radio, emissions or whatever from the laptops.
Your body has to be affected by that.
The heat itself, I've heard, affects
And
you.
I've seen little 2-year-olds messing with these computers.
And they're experts at using them, right? And
better
all
than
into
anything.
them, it's glued to them, right?
And they're sitting right in their lap.
But I imagine what's doing to their minds.
And then their eyesight is going crazy because that's another thing I was going to say. Their eyesight's being messed with. You got children having to wear, glasses that 60-year-olds wear. Come on.
Think about, what it's doing to their minds, okay, and their development. There's no way that there's anything normal about that, about the way they're going to end up and develop. Yeah, that's actually something else I want to get into as well. Well, Teresa, thanks.
All right, well, I'm going to let you roll the wheels.
Thank you, Teresa. Roll the wheels.
Bye.
So, couple things here, shaping the show a little bit, happening here. But how did this all happen? Okay, how did this all go down? How is it that every level has a selfishness happening? Okay, there's the parents who go along with this pill stuff. Okay, there's the companies pushing it, getting doctors to push it. That's a known thing where young doctors. There's not like a book. There's not like a go-to binder on how to fix this person. Yeah, there's something like that in their studies throughout their years, and you would hope this is the basic hope of medical school, that you would be studied enough to have a working understanding of the body, especially if you specialize in a field, to find the issue and treat it. Okay, and for many things, you just have to know the treatment for the solution for that specific thing, okay? And not every doctor has a working knowledge of every single thing. What I'm getting at is that these young doctors, they're coaxed and helped, quote unquote, by pharmaceutical companies, but giving them, hey, look, this drug works for this, as a easy go-to. And I heard that doctors get paid for that too, but I don't know. I got another caller here. I'm going to get right to you, and then I'll expand on what I'm talking about here. Caller, your name and where you calling from. You're on the air.
Nick?
Yes, welcome.
All right. Hey, man.
Who am I speaking with, and where are you calling from?
Oh, it's Renee.
Oh, what's up, Renee?
What's up, dude?
California.
Yeah, in the house. The first thing they do, they just prescribe you with a bunch of pills. I used to be on Adderall for a long time.
Really?
Yeah, and then I started to self-medicate with psychedelics, and that helped more than the psycho pills that they were giving me. Now I go to see my doctor, and he's giving me like Prozac and all this.
Oh, and that's an antidepressant, huh?
Yeah, but it works like the other way around, man.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Well, because you stop taking it, and then you get more depressed, I think. I think you become dependent on it. And it seems, obviously, it's like the big pharma, they keep going at it.
And you in your personal life, you don't have to get so detailed. You don't have to say anything you don't want to say, but you said you've been, or at least were on these kinds of medications for a long time. Yeah. What's the lasting effects? What have you noticed? What's that been like?
It's you stop taking them, you become like dependent on them, or you think that they're like the salvation of all medicine, but it's not. I think the best thing to do is just don't take anything. my doctor said I was taking too much acid.
Gotcha.
But what does my doctor know? He's just like a big purple octopus, you know?
Is that what you said? What, were you on acid? Was he a big purple octopus?
Yeah.
Maybe you were tripping, man. You know, maybe some advice is generally good, right? That you don't have to be a doctor to maybe know. Maybe I shouldn't be taking so much acid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, but
no, but
yeah, it's not good. All that stuff, Ritalin and all that stuff.
Did you have to take it as a child or something, or what was it?
No, this was like my early 20s. Like all that antidepressant medications, no bueno, you know.
And you got to almost understand people, because I'm talking about these ladies on TikTok. Their crank isn't hitting. I'm talking about and other things we've talked about. You got to understand there's a desperation. There's a selfishness and a desperation mixed in there. And
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I mean,
and so you got to almost understand people. And there's also a desperation with the people in France and in all societies in general. It kind of speaks to what I want to say about it. But you were saying, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah. What's going on in France and what happened in Brazil, like all that stuff, like is it really a chemical imbalance, or is it just trying to, like, you know, take the red pill? You know what I'm saying? Like, if it wasn't for the psychedelics, I would never see through all the scam. You know, as
you saying psychedelics helped you see through that? I know people who say this.
Yeah.
And how?
Yeah, that's my case. Without them, I think I would just live the rest of my life asleep and just abide. You know.
Help me understand how that's so. You know what I'm saying? Like, how did psychedelics wake you up from? I guess what you're saying is
I can't explain
the lie of using things like antidepressants and stuff.
Yeah, it already happened, so I don't know if I could explain it, because I wouldn't know otherwise.
Okay.
But it already happened, and I guess I want to give credit to the psychedelics. And
do you continue? Do you still need to use psychedelics or something like that?
No, not at all. Once you break through, you can never see reality the same.
You know, I've heard of stuff like this. I really just don't know. I don't know. It doesn't seem. Okay. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't think people should just go out and take acid in the hopes of fixing their depression or something like that. I advise against it personally, but I've heard what you're talking about. I think even Mike Cernovich talks a lot about and others too. People online, whatever. People online.
Yeah.
But they say, I've heard it too. I've heard it from people personally. It helped them break through and see something differently. So I just don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah. So
I've seen people have like long-lasting negative. They were pretty young too when they took it. Maybe that's why. But long-lasting negative effects from tripping on psychedelics, acid in particular. You know, I've seen them never recover from that.
Yeah, I smoked the toad, they call it, whatever.
I've heard of this. You're talking about that venomous toad?
Yeah. And
you did the toad?
I did the toad.
You did some toad, bro? I've seen videos of this stuff. It looks crazy. You did the toad.
That's the closest.
And they worship this toad stuff. It looks really weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
What'd you see? What'd you learn?
Oh, I learned, infinite consciousness, unity. And
what does that mean?
Well, it means like, for me, it was like we're all connected somehow, and God lives through us. But
I've seen you come to, and stop me if I'm getting too personal here, but I've seen you come to church, man, Renee. I've spoken to you over the months and years, and you know, personally, I've seen you like change a little, from what I could tell. I remember you were, and you know, you were quite again, if I'm too personal, let me know. But you were quite shy. I just remember that being my first impression of you, especially early on. Just very, very shy. Is that true? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Very shy. And I've seen you kind of like break out of that a little. And
church has helped a lot.
Yeah.
Really.
And so, like, you think that's like that came from all that, you know, being into the mind and depression and taking these pills? Because I know a lot of people who went through that, and they're like also the same. They're shy in their later life. Or were you just always like that?
I think I was always like that, but I know church has really helped, and why not give it credit to the psychedelics as well? I mean,
was it church or was it the toad? What was it, man? I'm joking. Well, Renee, it's interesting to hear your situation, your how you've gone through life.
I feel sorry for all the ladies out there that's not working for them.
That's what?
That's not working for them, all their pills?
Yeah, the crank's not hitting.
Yeah, sorry.
I know. I'm going to get into that as to, you know, maybe how did it all come about like this? So I'm going to move the wheels, Renee. Thank you.
Let's do it.
Okay. Very nice. 2 other people are trying to call me. People are trying to call nickstream. Look, keep trying. I only have one line. I got a multi-VoIP line solution. I think this will work. I got to do more research, but basically some service that lets me have VoIP, you know, voice over IP, internet calls, but with a multiple line system here. You know, I'm trying to run a show here, trying to run a talk show here, okay? People trying to call in. Saw 2 of your numbers there trying to call in. You could try. But let me say this. Let me see if we can make some connections here. Make some neurotransmitter connections here with the stories. You know what I'm saying? Connect some synapses. You feel me? We're going to connect some synapses here, all right? Okay? Because how did this all come about? What the heck is going on? Don't crash, Nick. All right, everybody, calm down. 258 knots. All right. We're at Mach 0.78. All right. We're at 36,000 feet. We're chilling. We're flying. We're cooling. We're bick and bomb being bull, as some might say. Look, let me teach you some culture. Some gang culture. We might get into some of this gang culture stuff later. Maybe Nick at night. It's already Nick at night for some of y'all. Maybe when you put the kiddies to bed. Because there's a lot of swearing in these clips and stuff. I got a caller here. Oh, man. Look, we got a long show. Okay, I'll get to what I want to talk about in a moment. Let me take this caller. We're going to have fun. But like I said, let me teach you some gang cults. Look, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe some gangs out there, out of disrespect for the Crips, I think, the Bloods versus the Crips, I think they don't say words with C in them, so they're kicking back being cool. The Bloods would say I'm bicking back being bull. Anyways, you gotta get culture. You gotta get a little culture here on nickstream too. I got a caller here. Caller, you're on the air. Your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, Nick, it's me, Robert from Chicago.
Robert, welcome, sir.
Yeah, I don't know if I had a chance to talk to you a little bit on the JOP.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if you remember.
You mean you've talked to me when I was doing the call screening?
Yes.
Yeah, man, we talked. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm sort of kind of remembering.
Yeah, I was trying to move out of state. My gal trying to bring her parents.
Yeah. Okay, that rings a bell. That rings a bell.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to touch upon the psychedelics. Actually,
oh yeah, what do you guys say about that?
I have a cousin who's into him.
Okay.
And I'm like you. I don't want them. I don't need them. None of that. And you know, he's always trying to push it. And he's always like, yeah, you know, you become one, you see more. And I'm like, why do I need that? And you know, it's more like I'm not against it, but then at the same time I am. I want nothing to do with them, and you know, it's just pretty much like I'm okay with people doing them, but don't try to have other people do them, you know, because it's just not their thing, you know. And that's my stance on it. I mean, I agree with you. Some of the things you say. Okay, so let's say they're saying, okay, let's say they say tomorrow we're legalizing all psychedelics, declassify whatever, legalizing them. Thoughts on that? Yep. What would you do? What would you say? No. Say it's okay. People can do what they want, right? Yeah, people can do what they want. You know, I'm not entitled to tell somebody what not to take or what to take. But yeah, it's just not. I mean, from an ethical standpoint, no, it's not right. So tomorrow they say we're legalizing it all. Legalize it campaign. You're saying, yeah, if you want to do it, do it. Yeah, I mean, well, alcohol is illegal. I mean, marijuana is legal. True. But these are just assumptions we grew up with, that alcohol is legal, marijuana is, and I didn't grow up with marijuana, but now that's legal. So things change, you know. One time alcohol was not legal. But anyways, you're saying it's cool with you. You're saying legalize it. You know, if that's what you want to do, I'm not going to tell you what not to do. Pretty much. I mean, I used to smoke a lot of pot. Until I just one day decided, you know, that's it for me. You know, I think I got like about 2 years sober. Okay. No pot. You know, I'm not against it, but you know, it's just not. So you know pot. Where, like, I don't need it. So you know pot well. Yeah, definitely. You know that ish. You know how that goes down. Okay. So you've seen them legalize it, for example. What have you seen the effects to be from that? Like in these states where they legalize it and all that stuff. What's come out of that? Have you seen anything happening? Yeah, definitely. Good, because you know, I'm from Illinois, so they legalized it in 2020. Oh, okay. And I mean, I grew up like as a teenager getting arrested for it, and you know, now I see it. It's just a plant. You know, I wouldn't. It's just a plant, man, and the cops that did arrest me threw the book at me, and they had every right to. You know, I'm a teenager. You know, you're not supposed to be doing that stuff. Okay. And so I have that stance, you know, on it, and you know, like when JLP smoke on it, oh, you should smoke some pot. Like that to me is hilarious, you know, because it's, you know, he doesn't really mean it. Right. No, he doesn't mean that. He has a double meaning to it. It just means think about it. Listens. And I'm actually, you know, been wanting to call you. It's my first time calling your show. Thank you, sir. I'm Yes Gunner. Oh, right on, man. What's up? Yeah, hey, it's a pleasure, man. I'm always there. Yeah. Hey, let's go. Yes Gunner, OG, always in the back, always manning the. Always saying some crazy stuff. Always TSA in the back. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. That's me, man. Right on. Well, it's an honor. No, really. And it's an honor, man. Thank you so much. You're always there. Yeah, man. It's always a pleasure. Appreciate it, Nick. No problem. I love everything you do, man. I'm always going to keep watching your stream. Thank you, sir. I have one question, though. Please. Where do you stream Glizza? Okay, we're doing that tonight, man. Just for you. No. I was already planning to do that anyways, but we're doing that tonight. We're getting down tonight. We're doing Nick Stream on Friday all night tonight. All right, Nick. God bless. Nice. Well, a pleasure. Thanks again, sir. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, I was asking him, though. I was asking him, like, okay, but don't you see, I didn't quite get into it with him, but don't you see how the legalizing of drugs, that has a consequence? Okay. Oh, it's not my place to get into other people's business. Fine. But there's, like, effects. Things aren't in a vacuum. These things are getting legalized, and incidence of their use is skyrocketing. Usage amongst youth is skyrocketing. Stuff like that, okay? So things have causes and effect. And I'm sitting here thinking, has that always been the, like, conservative way? Maybe someone who knows history knows better than I. But has that always been the conservative way? Live and let live. Like, let people do what they want. I'm not going to get involved in your life. Like, there's something manly about that. To a degree. But that sounds very liberal. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that like the liberal way? Now, I just don't know. But maybe someone could tell me. Maybe someone knows history. But has that been like the mentality? I'm not going to get involved with you. Smaller government. We need less. Like, is that the conservative? Has that always been like that? Or was that only more of a recent thing? Because that sounds very liberal to me, okay?
And I don't personally, I don't disagree with the wisdom of live. Okay, I have my life, you have your life. Okay, but at the same time, what society are we living in, and what society do we want? What society was created? Okay, because the people who made this place, they saw that a vision for the place. They were Christian or they believed in God. I find it hard to believe that they were thinking when thinking about, for example, free speech and stuff like that they were thinking, it's my free speech right to, I don't know, push pornography on the algorithm. You can't stop me from pushing pornography on the TikTok algorithm. That's my free speech right. That's my free speech right. Or maybe I'm not expressing it well, but I think some of you might understand me here. That free speech, live and let live, that mentality also justifies some of the craziest stuff. So, and I'll admit that I find it sometimes I have like maybe an intellectual like stoppage or blockage when it comes to this small government idea, okay? Because I'll see stuff like they were proposing like ID laws for pornography, for example, in some states. They were proposing, I heard something about a ban of TikTok somewhere. I think in Utah or something like that. And I'm hearing these things and I'm seeing the other side. Sometimes conservatives, I think a lot of the time conservatives say, or they call themselves that, they say stuff like, well, we can't do that because that would give too much power to the government. We need to limit government and it's a free market, blah, blah, blah. Am I stupid? Like, it just seems to me, what I'm saying here is that, yeah, I kind of have maybe an intellectual understanding of that. Like, wait a second. We're not supposed to be giving all this power to the government. What if they turn around and use it on us? So I understand that maybe I have an intellectual blockage there at some times, but when I really think about it, that's like a weird bargain. That's just such a weird bargain where we get to say, yeah, well, you're free, but as a consequence, you have to allow all this stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? Am I making sense here? Like, isn't the crowd going to choose like a republic where we pick representatives, or democracy even, although this is not a democracy, where people get their voices heard. That seems to be only reserved for like moral nations, right? Because it seems to be falling apart. Now anybody can have their voice. And as you may know, the road is narrow. Isn't the road narrow? You follow me here? Isn't there like the way to destruction is a wide road, and to salvation is narrow. The overwhelming majority are going to be on the wide road, if for lack of a better expression here, okay? And it's this wide road that's going to vote. That's this wide road that anyways, I'm rambling here on how societies are built, okay? And what are we okay with? Blah 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 blah. Whatever. Blah blah blah. Okay. Kind of segues into this disjointed show. Who cares? We're doing our thing. Friday Nick Stream. We still got plenty to do, plenty to deal with, calls to take. We're doing VR. We're doing our thing. I got this next thing here. You heard about the France protests, okay? You heard about the France protests. But first I want to check up on the chat here. What's going on with y'all? I think I got some first class super chats. I do have to welcome Teo. Says, crank not hitting because the biggest drug in the U.S. is the dollar. Everybody and they mama addicted to mommy. Oh, and the inflation going up. So true. Okay, U.S. dollar had the world economy on this drug. Okay, this is a good analogy. Okay, the world economy. We got ladies in America on crank, on basically doctor prescribed crank, and you got the world economy high on this drug called the U.S. dollar. Okay. The global economy been using that as a standard for stability, and this dollar, okay, this economy and this dollar just up with no signs of it coming down. And how did that happen? How did that come down? How did that come about? Probably gonna get it to in a moment here. Sion also has a first class ticket that you've purchased. Thank you. Lord Bibby says, similar to the story you did last year about the fungi altering the ant's brain. Very interesting stuff. None of these medications are helping the people taking them. Oh, yeah. I kind of remember doing something about that. Anthony Buscemi, man, thank you, says, love you, man. Sit in your first class seat, sir. Anthony Buscemi. Seat's all yours, sir. Okay. This France stuff. Let me do this, then we'll take a little break, turn on the AC, switch up the vibe. But what's going on here, okay? You heard about this protest in France. They're protesting. Huge French pension reform protests give way to fiery overnight clashes. More than 1 million people took to the streets across France, okay? With protests turning violent in some areas as demonstrators voiced their fury. We're talking fires in the streets, okay, y'all? French police said around 1,000 people acted violently, setting fires, launching smoke bombs. Clashes between groups of protesters and police broke out after workers staged a national strike throughout Thursday. We're talking gas stations can't fill up. We're talking, in some areas, this is pretty disruptive. Police fired tear gas, blah, blah. Thursday was the 9th day of strikes in the country and the first of coordinated action since French President Emmanuel Macron's government pushed a bill to increase the retirement age from 62 to 64 through Parliament without a vote. Okay? People are not happy. They're saying, how can you do this? How can you do this? How can she slap? Union workers blockaded a major oil refinery in Normandy. Blah, blah, blah. And so they're out there protesting. Okay. Some of this going on. Okay. Well, thanks for the footage. There's something else here. One more clip. Oh, yeah, here it is.
French unions held more strikes against President Emmanuel Macron's reform of the country's pension system a day after he went on television to insist he won't back down. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Caroline Cohn. Riots.
Whatever. The ladies are on the news.
Ladies are on the Capitol riots. Is that a fair comparison? Have these strikes turned violent?
Comparing it to the Capitol riots.
When you look at what happened on Thursday in Paris especially, in fact, the streets are definitely not calming down against this pension reform. You had more than 1 million people protesting across the country, according to the police, 3.5 million people, according to the main CGT union. So quite a big crowd out there. And it was actually more violent than usual on the sidelines with those so-called black blocs. This far left
Black Bloc. You heard of that? You heard that? Black Bloc. Is this a global thing? What's going on? I hear about Black Bloc in America. What is that? I hear that related to Antifa. But anyways, so they're protesting out there. I'm seeing young people. I'm seeing like young males. I'm seeing just, they don't look old. They don't look like old people. They look young out there protesting. Now, here's my understanding of Social Security and these welfare programs and stuff going on. This is my understanding of it, okay? Maybe I'm wrong here. But, okay. So Social Security in America, at least from what I understand, because it's a similar thing, right? These programs are across many different countries. And the idea being that you pay into a fund that will eventually pay for your retirement when you get to that age, when you get to retirement age. You work, you pay into it, and then you get your retirement money to see you out. And that's my understanding of Social Security. America, it's supposed to be, you accrue this money. It's supposed to accrue interest. It's supposed to be invested in the economy properly to grow and further pay out the incoming, eventual retirees coming into the system, right? Blah, 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 rinse and repeat. Well, it's not working, okay? We're talking major solvency issues with these funds, unable to pay. Okay, in France, the way it works in France is the workers today, money gets taken out of their paychecks and it goes to the people that are retired today. So a little different than the way it's in America. Or that might have changed too in America, I don't know. But a little different where the people that are in the workforce today get their money taken out, and which goes to pay for retirees today, okay? And so there's multiple problems going on, okay? An aging population, okay? These and corruption too. Corruption on these funds, money being misused. I hear a lot. I've heard that if a couple callers trying to get in there, you could try again. But I've heard that if private companies or if these, funds, if these programs were privatized, then they would start making money and they would start fixing it. Okay, I've heard that. Big government mismanagement, aging population. That's another one. You got to understand, as these countries' populations get older, there's less of a workforce that has to pay for a bigger population that's retired, et cetera, et cetera. And these things are not working, okay? These things are failing. And we pay crazy money. We're talking 2/3 of U.S. spending, and it's bankrupting us, beyond bankrupting us, is in social programs, okay? Welfare and other different Medicaid and social programs like that, okay? So that's my understanding of Social Security, and that's my understanding of it. So I'm watching these people protest, and I'm wondering, do they know what they're doing? Like, does anybody think about what they do and why they do it? Because they're out there protesting. What are they protesting? They're like, are they saying don't raise the age? Don't raise the retirement age by a few years, thereby, in turn, keeping more people in the workforce, thereby maybe having their Social Security program in France survive a little longer? So they're protesting against that? So they don't want Social Security. I'm wondering, do people understand what they do? Because you're out there not understanding that, okay, this guy's trying to save your Social Security. So if you're out there protesting, then you're like, okay, so you're just totally against it. But it doesn't seem like most people are. Most people seem to be totally okay with these programs. So I'm seeing these people out there setting fire to stuff, not realizing that this is like this is like death throes. These are like grasps in the dark of desperation, trying to save this sinking ship, okay? Raising the age. These people don't realize that it's like, what are you protesting? This has been a setup from the beginning. So you're out here causing chaos when you were set up to fail like this, okay? You were set up to fail like this by the greed of the generations before you. You were set up to fail in because it seems to me like this philosophy is taking away from the future. Okay? You got young people trying to make their way, and you're taking away money from like a different time that doesn't exist, trying to have it today, or taking money from another group and giving it to another group. In the case of France, right? The current workers have to pay out of their paycheck to pay for the retired people today. That's the agreement, but who agreed to it? So, you know, are you out there protesting for free us from this Ponzi scheme, or is this just social decay, right? Systemic collapse, people not understanding what they're doing. They were set up to fail like this, and now you're out there. These are just the pain is hitting. Except they don't even realize. I don't think they even realize the pain that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if they even realize the pain yet. Who told them to go out there and protest like this? Was it unions? Neri Estrada, thank you. Chris, thank you. And I believe Lord Spike Protein as well. Sit down in your first class seats. I'll read your first class super chats in a sec. Am I making sense here? They were set up. They're out here protesting and they don't even know. You seen the SVB bank and all that stuff? The bank's failing. It seems to me, this is my understanding of it. I could be wrong. But it seems to me like what brought about financial issues in 2008, that same philosophy exists today. That's my layman, most basic understanding of it. Housing crisis, 2008. People thinking they could get richer and richer and richer by just look at the housing. It's just going up and up and up. Not realizing that banks and you know, security trading agencies had basically colluded to package together horrible subprime loans as securities that you can invest in. You know, hey, come invest in the housing market. Look, invest. It's gonna go up. It'll never stop. Look at how good it is when what they were investing was people who were defaulting, people who had to have variable rates in their mortgages, meaning it could change, and so one day they may not be able to pay it. Very risky stuff, but it's going up and up and up, and no balances and checks. Is that starting to sound familiar? What's happening in the money is happening to the people. No balances and checks in what's happening with the investments in money. It's just boom, 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 boom. That's my understanding of it. Lofty ideals, hubris, till it comes tumbling down. Not letting the losers lose. Okay. And it's like, think about Bond for a little bit. You know, you hear about what Jesse does and his work with individuals and trying to make them fight for their lives, in a sense. Getting out from your mother's, for example, getting out of your parents' house, living your own life. And you hear about stories of them through calls with Jesse or church or whatever, saying how their parents expected them to take care of them. And you hear Jesse say, well, parents shouldn't have children with that expectation. You don't have kids as a investment so that they'll take care of you later. You know what I'm saying? So you see what's happening on the big scale. Seems like they got people paying in, young people paying, trying to make their lives, you know, having to take care. There's some point there. There's a point there a little bit. There's a little bit of a point there. So, yeah, France, they're set up to fail. They're out there protesting, not sure what they're up to. In my opinion, I don't know. I'd like to know or talk to them, because maybe they do, but it doesn't seem like they know. But how did that happen to them? How did that happen to them? Caller, sorry, you could call back. How did this all go down? How did this come about? And I want to make the connection with this next story here. I want to get into some of this social media stuff. Something's going on with social media and the children. And I also want to maybe speak a little bit on a solution. I talk about depression, all these pills, insanities of the mind and in the people. I think I might have a little way, at least in your individual life, how to... I've pinpointed one example, and there may be more you see in your own life, but one example that might shed some light onto how maybe you could deal with stuff. Maybe you're listening, you're like, sometimes it feels like I do need antidepressant pills, Nick. I think I might have one simple trick. Did you ever see those ads online? One simple trick. Doctors hate this. Trust me, doctors are going to hate this one little simple trick I have that might help you claw your way out of your so-called depression, so-called this or that. I might have one simple trick for you. And yeah, stuff's going on with the social media and the children. So I want to make a commentary on that. We're going to get to that and your calls. I see you calling in. 760-515-3855. Let me take a little breaky. Let me set up. Take a little breaky. Set up the cruise control here. Set up the autopilot. Because I got to turn on the AC. Get the tunes rolling. Something, right? Get the vibe changed. Okay. And you can't call in. Be right back. Thank you.
Ella se despierta, se siente lenta. Esta cuarentena ella lamenta. Se va pa' la sala, desayuna galleta. No come carne pero sí chuleta. Se despierta, se siente lenta. Esta cuarentena ella lamenta. Se va pa' la sala, desayuna galleta. No come carne pero sí chuleta. Ahora solo es jugo, no es alcohol. Y el catálogo de Hulu se lo dio. Viendo tutoriales aprendió a codificar. Y una aplicación ya va a lanzar. Ella se despierta, se siente fresca. De esta cuarentena ella se alegra. Se va para la sala, desayuna galleta. Ahora de Google es la jefa. Ella se despierta, se siente fresca. De esta cuarentena ella se alegra. Se va para la sala, desayuna galleta. Ahora de Google es la jefa. Ahora de Google es la jefa. Ahora de Google es la jefa.
Wake up, I fall down.
Okay. So, where are we? I don't know. Captain's lost. But the sky looks nice. We're supposed to be flying to LAX. And I don't think that should be all blue. I seen blue on the screen. That means water. That's not a good sign. That's in fact not a good sign at all. It's okay. We're fine. We're in the air. No big deal. Cruising. Speed up a little bit. Speed up where though? Maybe I can fix this. Take me to LAX. Come on. Procedure. Flight plan. Come on. Oh, okay. Let me see if I turn this on. Okay, if I turn this on and the plane starts moving towards it, it's a good thing, I think. That's what we're gonna do. Let's go. Activate leg waypoint. Let's go. Oh no! Grand Theft United Airlines. Okay. Okay, no big deal. No big deal here. We're chilling on nickstream, so. All right, let's do this. What are y'all saying? What are you up to? Is this a Malaysian flight? This might disappear, okay? This flight might disappear. Never to be heard of again. We'll make headlines. We're making headlines today. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Flying way too fast. All right. Okay, so stuff going on. Lots going on. Let me pull out. Let me get to something here. What should I do here? You know what? I'll say this. I'll say this real quick. About. I want to talk briefly about what I've, I guess, discovered about ego and dealing with life in a very simple way. Very simple. This very simple kind of little example. We're talking about depression. Maybe people are going through stuff. Maybe people are, maybe people are having emotional issues in their lives. They can't deal with people and they're all up in their head thinking, oh, they're insecure, they're shy, they don't know why people don't like them. Spoke to someone recently about that. And they're like, man, it seems like I get mad at everyone and I change and I get mad and I'm not normal with people. I'm not normal. People say they're not normal. Okay. And here's a little thing. A little thing you could do. A little thing I discovered that I know is true. Okay. And this is what I want you to try. Anybody relate to this? When you're in life and I don't know, something comes your way. Okay, I'm talking about your behavior. Okay, I'm talking about behavior here and how you react and talk to people, whether it's your boss, your friend, your girlfriend, anything. And there's a way you are normally, without even thinking, and you're just doing you, being you. Okay, whatever that is. And then there's a you that comes about when you get mad. Okay, you get mad, someone says something about you, or you hear something, or something sets you off, and now you don't act like you switch up, you change up, you're silent, you're stern-faced, you're mad. And this is a little simple way I've discovered how to destroy the ego a little bit, and it's 100% it works. Okay, it 100% works and it's real. Okay. And this is okay. When you're in that state, when you find yourself, you're not acting normal. Okay, you're mad. You're not making jokes like you used to. Maybe it's like you're snapping at someone, or if a situation comes up and you would act a certain way, but you're now acting another way. Here's how you stop that. You got to show a little faith. Okay, and this is true. This is true right here. When that situation comes up and you're stern-faced, or you're like, I'm just giving you examples from what I've seen. You may relate to it differently, but you're not gonna act how you act. Do it anyways. Force yourself, knowing that you don't want to be this way, knowing that you don't want to get mad and act a certain way. But you can't get out of it, right? You're feeling mad, and you're feeling it, and you're just like, you're trying to get over it even. Sometimes you might even see it, and you're like, why can't I stop? Smile anyways. Make the joke anyways. Do it anyways, even though you don't feel it. Even though it feels like everything inside you is telling you, I'm just mad. Do it anyways, with knowing inside that you want it to not be that way. And I promise you, I promise you showing that faith, you'll get help. You will get help. I promise you. I'm trying to give you an example. You find yourself getting mad. But you have to be honest, okay? You have to be honest about yourself, honest that you are being a certain way, and know that you want to stop. Just smile, make the joke, be normal, do the outward action anyways, with the honesty inside, and you'll get help. You'll get help. You will be like free. You'll be freed up. You'll see that you're being silly, and you'll get over it. Okay? And that's how you claw out. That's how you claw out of anything emotional, anything spiritual. Okay? You got to do the work that's right in front of you. Because you're like, I want to stop being this way. I want to stop all this, but you're not showing the faith in the littlest situation that's presented right in front of you. You know, am I making sense here? You're not people. You hear about this too on Bond. People calling the show. People calling Jesse. I want to be free. Are you doing the silent prayer? Why does he ask that? I've seen people get mad. Like, why do I have to do your prayer to be free? Look. It's not even about doing that prayer, doing Jesse's silent prayer video. Is it in your heart? Are you really about it? Do you really want it? Do you really want to get up and walk? Do you really want to be free? Okay. Then are you showing that? Are you showing that in your little actions? Are you showing that desire? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you showing that desire and that faith in the little action? Because that little action will bring more and more and more. And you'll get over it in that situation. And you'll learn from that situation for other situations. Okay? Your emotional state is not forever. And if you just have a little faith and smile anyways, and don't be fake, right? That's the whole point here. The whole point is the honesty within yourself. Because you know when you're smiling and it's fake. You know when you're just like being fake. Okay, no, I'm talking about there's a you that's just you. And normally Nick would be like joking about that. Why is he all busy? What's going on here? Why is he all butthurt? Just smile and be you anyways. And then the inside will get fixed because you're showing that faith in the little steps in front of you. And you'll claw out of your depression. You'll claw out of whatever mental rut and emotional rut you're in. I mean, if you won't do that, how can you expect anything else? Okay, you say you want to be a good person, but you won't even smile through it. Smile through your own BS. You know what I'm saying? Is the music too loud? I can barely hear it. Okay, you feel me? That's just true. That's just true. That's just what I've seen, like, in that small way, but it's true. Okay? So do the work and, make it happen. So, and be okay with it. Be patient. You guys are calling this sex music? Come on. I'm getting more of like a 90s Miami Blinds to Go commercial vibe. Rooms to Go, I mean. 90s Miami CRT old school TV Blinds to Go commercial. Whatever. Small thing, but it's true. Moving on. Okay. Let's take this in. I heard this earlier. I think on the Hake Report. Heard it in Hake News. He gets his news from CNN. I only get my news from Hake. But I heard this on hold music. There you go. You got it. That's the vibe. Okay, so I heard this through Hake News. Utah, or something about TikTok. Something banned. Okay. And I was kind of mentioning this earlier. I was alluding to it. And they want to ban TikTok, okay, for various reasons. Because it's affecting kids. It's brainwashing them, etc., etc. And I had this kind of like, maybe it's training, but I was told this is conservative. I was told that this is a conservative mindset. Small government. How are you going to start banning stuff? This is a free speech. This is infringement on free speech. TikTok should be allowed to just freely do their thing. And I had that thought. I was like, that makes sense. Low small government, right? I know. Am I not about that? I'm a conservative, right? I'm a conservative. Okay, but look, I was alluding to this earlier. And I'm just wondering, what is the actual, like, I mentioned this in a different show too, about being different and having a different, like, way you see the world, way you see life in the world, okay? And what I'm getting at here basically is, I mean, is this really this conversation, this grand conversation that we're having that's bigger than just TikTok, and it's happening at different fronts with the transgender thing, with politics, but there's a grander conversation on what do we believe in and what kind of society do we want to have? And I was talking about how the road is narrow. Isn't that in the Bible? The road is narrow. A lot of people are not going to get it. They're not going to do the right thing. So I'm finding it harder and harder to go with these, conservative principles, like the government must be small. No, the government has to be moral. The government and the people have to be moral. And if that's what that looks like, banning TikTok, then that's what it looks like. I'm starting to understand. That's what I'm starting to understand. Anyone agree? Or is this more of what brought us here in the first place? Giving government too much power, and now they can push whatever and ban whatever they want. So that's my thinking on this. That the people don't really know what's good for them. That's what it seems like to me. It seems like the people don't know what's good for them. Maybe at one time people knew, at least the majority of people knew what was good for them. Think about America, when people used to vote, when it was just, think about this. Christian men who owned property voted. Wouldn't that give you the highest percentage of sensible voters? But now it's just anybody. So if people don't know what is good for them, then someone's got to be in charge. Someone's got to be in charge, right? Okay, that's why what bonds is about is true, right? Because we can fight endlessly about, okay, small government, big government, left, right. But if just the right people were in charge, then I don't think we'd be dealing with it so much. We're Christian men, moral men. But anyways, that's more basic, more foundational. We're already up here where we've built this society, and now we have children on their screens. You've seen this. Children on their screens endlessly. Parents don't seem to care. They send them off to schools. They send them off with their screens. And they're all into it. Just piping in information from who knows what. It doesn't seem like the parents know because their kids, they're having trouble. Parents having a trouble like raising children like them or moral children. They can't seem, they don't have control over it. They're going out of control. And so you start wondering, well, maybe that's not such a bad thing, banning TikTok. I think we can agree that there's something weird with the social media. Okay? So anyways, all this to say what? Like, all this to say what? It's like, what society do we want to live in? You know, I had a friend. He was, I had a friend basically recently do this little thing. He was saying, I want to do like a month of love speech. Okay, whatever. But he committed himself to speaking only love. Okay, and being and trying to have understanding. We can fight endlessly about this side, that side. Okay, they're transgendering children, man. That's the wrong side. And yeah, I don't agree with that. We should ban that too. Fine. But we gotta have like this understanding, okay? How about we have some love speech, like the transgender, that whole thing is not just sick people. They're just sick, crazy people. They're our neighbors who went through similar lives that we did growing up, and they ended up in different places. They have a whole media government machine pushing this thing as a normal thing, justifying it every day, telling them that that's what's wrong with you. Desperate people playing on desperate people, whether they knowingly doing it or not. Okay? Immigrants, women, all these people we're talking about. We gotta have some love speech, which means say the truth about what's wrong, but you gotta know what's wrong and have an understanding of the whole thing. There's like a whole machine behind the media and everything, telling women that you're equal to men, that what's wrong with you is all sorts of stuff, right? That you need to look a certain way, or you need to have a or that women or that men are holding you down. We have misogynists holding you down, keeping you under the glass ceiling, etc. Okay. But anyways, it's like I liken it to like a modern day book burning, if you will. You know, all these kids having these kids on these. I'm just thinking about this now. Like having all these kids on these screens and all that. It's like a modern day book burning, and by that I mean like burning the books of tomorrow, if you will, because you're brainwashing these kids, having them on these screens. Dopamine rush. Hey, we're talking about that a little bit. Dopamine rush. And it's all crap. It's all crap, right? It's all like either overly sexualized stuff or just totally infantile. Not speaking to any skills or anything cool. I've heard this too about China. Oh, China. The Chinese TikTok, for example. The Chinese TikTok, or whatever they have over there. Their TikTok is full of like positive things and professionals and young people being experts at instruments and stuff like that. So I think we can all agree that something needs to be done. and blah, blah, blah. I got a caller here, a little distracted. And I want to get to the caller. So your name and where you calling from? You're on the air.
Hola, Nick.
Hey, who am I speaking with?
Mario Baldo.
Hey, Mario Baldo, how you doing?
Fine, how are you?
I'm just fine. Thanks for the call.
Well, I'm just going to call you and give you a heads up that I still haven't had that MRI yet.
Okay, yeah. How's the update on that? How's everything going? You know, you called the other day about the paralyzation issues that you're going through.
Yeah, I'm still on the waiting list right now.
Okay, waiting list to get an MRI?
Yeah.
So they got, like, what, a really long waiting list?
Well, you know, when you do workers' comp, there'd be a bunch of a-holes and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to wait on them.
And you're waiting on who?
The workers' comp. I have to get a process, like a yes or no on that one.
Oh, okay. And they're the ones that are being slow right now?
Yeah.
I'm sure that I'm sure there's stresses on the whole system, making it difficult for anybody to get care.
Oh yeah, they make it really difficult for me because like I'm always in pain and stuff like that, and it's difficult for me to go to sleep at night and everything else, and then I have to care for my daughter and everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, you're reminding me of Canada, and I remember it was socialized healthcare there, right? When growing up, I had a little card and I could go into a clinic and just be like, I need care. But the wait times for everything was so long. I read about how wait times for specialists, for MRIs, for all that kind of stuff is crazy. And then you have all the people, like immigrants coming in, bogging down the system because all the Canadians, they wait their turn. They wait in line. But then the immigrants, they get in and they try and pull a fast one. They'll jump the line. They'll be what's the word? They'll be like sly and call ahead and be like, please, and they'll beg. And then, so I wonder if similar things are happening to the medical system here. I think I don't want to dox you, but I think you're in this state, California.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I doxed you anyways.
Yeah. It's really ridiculous,
And so any change with you physically?
I still don't have no movement. I can't put my hand over my head anymore, so I can put it straight because if I try to go further, I have this tingling in my finger, and then it feels like arthritis throughout my whole arm.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
How are you dealing with that personally?
Well, I just suck it up and deal with it. I'm not going to be taking any more. I'm not taking any pills because they're going to prescribe me the wrong things. So I'm just going to have to suck it up and deal with it.
Interesting attitude. I gotta say I like it.
Yeah, because like when I had my left shoulder, I had surgery. They prescribed me some medication, and it was the wrong ones, and it was eating my liver. And so the other doctor told me not to take it anymore, so I haven't taken any medication since. So
that's like the culture, though. It's deal with the symptom, deal with what's going on, and deal with the added and compounding negative effects of what you're doing later.
Yeah. So right now, I'm just gonna just deal with the pain. I'm not gonna cry or bitch about it.
Right on. Hey, look, I don't know exactly the depths of what you're going through, but I appreciate your attitude about it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna suck it up, deal with it. I'll keep you guys info on everything else, and right now I'm still on the waiting list on this MRI thing because now I'm gonna be in pain. I'm gonna go to physical therapy.
Because that's not even like the specialist. That's just like preliminary tests to see what's wrong, and you can't even get that.
Yeah, they see it, they just don't give a rat's ass. I'm sorry.
I think it's still early enough for some kids.
Yeah,
it's not Nick at Night just yet.
Yeah, I know. Well, whatever. I'm just gonna just deal with it. Just like Jesse always says, just suck it up and deal with it.
Well, yeah, because and I like that attitude because I mean, you don't want to add and compound to what you're going through by then having a stress or emotional response to it, which I know must be difficult, but you know, maybe it's not for you.
Yeah. Right. But I'll give you guys info.
Yeah, for sure, Marty. Keep us, let us know any changes and how that's going on with you.
Oh, the mando saludo de mi madre, Crazy Mother Dance.
Right on. and shout out to Crazy Mother Dance. Haven't seen her in the chat in a long time.
Okay. Nice. To you.
Nice.
Okay, Nick.
Pleasure as always, Marty.
All right.
Moving the wheels. Right on. Okay. First class super chats. Your support is awesome. Let me start with Based America first. Hey, thanks, Streamlabs. You know, I forgot about Streamlabs for a bit there. Based America first. He's got a little YouTube. What is it? He got a little video suggestion. We'll check it out. It says, "Have you seen Foodini?" It gives me a link there. It says, "Restaurants used to make fancy desserts, adding lasers to cook as it prints. Time consuming to puree ingredients. Cleaning nightmare." Hey, let's watch this video here, okay? Let's watch this viewer video here. Look, we're Nick streaming all night. Okay, we got time. Let's watch this viewer video here from Based America first. Let's check it out. What's this called? Foodini? 3D food printing. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, you gotta have the techie, Kickstarter music. Oh, they're doing buildings like this now. Well, they pour concrete and stuff just like this. But what's it? Is it plant-based? What's it spewing out? What is that? Is that food? Is that food? That's what I want to know. It makes me unsure of things because it makes it easier to just, tell me whatever's in there and it's just, okay, that's food. And is this going to make like food easier or more available? Like, what is the point here? Or is it just purely for designs? Okay, because I know what you've seen this kind of stuff. NutriCubes. Well, let me just type in NutriCube. What do I get? Are the NutriCubes coming? Where we get all our nutrition from 3D printed cubes? You know what I'm saying? As we live in the pods, is that what's coming? Look, global food, anything that could make food easier, anything that can make food more readily available and maintain nutrition, that's important. But anything that can make food cheaper and readily available is an awesome thing in the very sense of the word, just purely awesome. Okay? You know what I mean by that? Like, think of the McDouble. The McDouble is one of the greatest, what's it called? I believe it's even like a world record of the most packed, dense, calorie dense food for the lowest price. Okay? As I believe the McDouble, like 400 calories, as cheap as it gets. Okay, we got carbs, fat, and protein. Yes, those are in there. I know it's junk. But that is a kind of an amazing and awesome feat. I've talked about this before. McDoubles, they're only for Christians, okay? McDoubles are only for a Christian society because you got to understand it's like giving crack to people. Like you have to be a moral society to handle the intensity of the McDouble. Okay? Look, all those calories for that price, like you have to be a moral society to have a McDouble or else you'll go nuts. It's like giving crack to people. But, what if we did everything perfectly, worked out perfectly, and then got very calorie dense NutriCubes that would kill you if you didn't eat them in moderation, but would make you, you know, give you enough nutrients to grow and be, you know, jacked. If you can handle it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, anything that makes food cheaper, but it seems like food's becoming faker. Plant-based. And then we don't know what's in it. And I hear it's making us sick. That's what I hear. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for that, Based America First. Little viewer video action there on Streamlabs. And we got first class super chat from Steve Strock. I wonder if I welcomed... Oh no, I didn't read Lord Spike Protein. Says, Nick, stop teasing, fix the guitar and play something for us. You know, it's just there now. I don't even play it for you guys anymore. I used to I have these files set up on Ableton Live where I could do this live performance for you guys, but I could never fit it in the show. This is the problem with wanting to do too many things. You got to have some faith and just work with what you got and do that well. And then when you can do that well, then grow. And I do that a lot. I'm not doing everything well. Focus on a few things, do those well, then kind of add to the show. I guess I could pick it up. I did pick it up it was a Saturday or two ago. I did a Saturday chill stream. I was just wow, with the guitar, doing our thing. Steve Strock with the first class super chat says, politics is downstream from culture, but culture is downstream from the heart. Yeah, you know, we talk about all these things, but I wanted to bring it back to the individual. Okay. What was I saying here? What was my point? What was my point here with the TikTok and whatever? The road is narrow. So, and we're not a moral society anymore, so we need what you get, and maybe against your will, and maybe will bring about even worse things, but it's what you get, because you get what you deserve, is a ruler. A ruler. A king. A bad king or a good king, what do we get? But hey, we don't get a republic anymore. What are y'all saying in the chat? Okay. Got something fun to get into here first, I think. Let's see. Okay. I guess I'll do this. Kind of silly kind of thing, whatever. How long have we been streaming? Maybe we could do... Oh. Maybe we could do... We'll do VR too. In a bit. We'll do the VR stuff in a bit. Do Omegle, Nick, says Teresa. Well, VR's kind of like Omegle. Maybe a little bit. Okay. Okay. Anyways. Is it officially Nick at Night? Is it officially Nick at Night? I think it is. I think it might be. Okay. Got a few more stories to get into. Time to put the kids to bed, okay? Time to put the kids to bed. Mario Ubaldo with the first class super chat. Thank you, says mi amigo Nick. Put the kids to bed, all right? Because these clips have a lot of swears. We're gonna watch some clips. We got a lot of swears, and we're gonna get into some topics. Might be a little bit not for children. And then the VR stuff. The VR stuff, look, it looks fun. It looks like cartoons. Looks like children. No. People are drinking on that game. People are drinking in that game. People are saying wild stuff in that game. And we're gonna talk to all of them. And it's not necessarily child-friendly topics, okay? So fair warning, okay? I do want to at least warn people what's going on, right? Because people might be listening with kids. I'm talking to you, Z. Go home. Go to bed. You know who you are, Z. Go to bed. or go do something else. Or ask your parents. Okay. So, check this out. You may have seen this clip on JLP show, okay? There was Twitter erupts in response to video of racist berating a white family on the subway. And so, this video is making the rounds. It's, we're back over land. Check it out, y'all. Hey, let me derail the show a little bit and show you that there is land beneath us. Isn't that a nice feeling? You know, I've never taken a transcontinental flight, IRL, in real life, across the Pacific Ocean or something like that. I feel like just seeing water for hours beneath you just is a little concerning. I don't know. I'd get a little, if I was flying over water for hours, like, what the heck? At least there's land beneath me to crash into. So that's nice. Good to have some land beneath us. But anyways, this clip got played on the Jesse Lee Peterson show. Twitter erupts in response to video of this racist berating this white family on a subway. Watch this. Let me find the video. Where's the video? Come on, article. I got the article. And the video is right here. Check it out.
Take them back to Europe with y'all. Yeah.
Buffering. Twitter, give me the video. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Shout out Tommy Sotomayor. I can't say that without shouting him out. I mean, I'm stealing it.
Take them back to Europe with y'all. Yeah.
Play, come on.
Faggot ass Caribbeans back to them motherfucking. Take them back to Europe with y'all. Yeah. Caribbean African shit. Fucking gay ass gorilla looking. Shut up, your ugly body. Nasty ass mutating, permutating, corrugating, mediulating skin. Shut up, your body don't even last long enough. I'm gonna look younger than him by the time he's my age. I don't care about them ugly ass kids in your race. Shut up. Fucking plastic ass body. Little debilitated, innervated, emasculated, feeble, incapacitated, indisposed, emaciating, attenuating, tenuous body. I don't care about you. Shut up, you white monkey. You're a dog in this country. You're a fucking dog. You're nothing over here. You are a dog. Shut up. I'm Black American. I'm over you.
Oh my God. Okay, look. There's so much to this. Look, I saw this. I'm laughing. It's like, if this guy's serious, it speaks to a lot going on in the country, okay? And there's enough issues there. We'll get into that. But I'm laughing because, look, that guy, Hake is right. Hake from the Hake Report, he's not wrong when he says blacks, they're entertaining. That was an amazing roast. I'm sorry, this man's career got ended. If that's his wife here next to him, I don't know if it looks like he's got his baby in front of him. Maybe he's got his little kid next to him. And that's his woman, that's his wife or something. Being berated, okay? Absolutely berated. Just trying to travel on the subway with their family, okay? Can't have a nice day, can't have nice things. That's already horrible. That already sucks. But But the man got roasted. I'm sorry, your career's ended. There's no coming back from that. He's like gorilla looking, nasty we're Nick at Night, nasty ass, mutating, permutating, corrugating. Look, that is a tongue lashing I've never heard, and it's kind of impressive. Okay, it's kind of impressive. Got a lot of interesting words there. Okay, he's educated man. This is This is an educated black. Okay, mutating, permutating, corrugating. Look, am I understanding that insult correctly? Corrugating, like he's wrinkling up? Is that what you mean by that? Shut up. Your body don't even last as long. And, look, black don't crack. He's not wrong about that. Plastic a body, little debilitated, enervated, emasculated, feeble, incapacitated, indisposed, emaciated, attenuating. Okay, attenuating body. Okay. Impressive stuff. Now it's crazy. This man can't have a normal day on the subway, have his day getting harassed like this. What is this country? What's going on here? What the heck is going on here where you can't have a normal a life here? But I saw this video and I recognize this man. See, the thing is, this guy might be joking. This guy may be doing it for social media, or maybe he's really like this. It could be all the above. But I recognize this guy. This is from an older video. From another similar, lots of swears. Nick at Night, you should be in bed. Kids, should be in bed already, kids. At least for a lot of you over on the East Coast. But I recognize this guy from another video, okay? This is like a 2-year-old video. Look, this is what being a little internet troll is about. You got this repository of useless information, but I recognize this guy. And he's doing the same thing to someone else. Okay? Very impressive.
You fat, stinking, and you ugly. Okay. You fat, you stink, and you ugly, and you broke, monkey. And you're the feo mono. 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎. Me to what? What? Okay. You fat, you stink, and you in my country. I'm the top. You can't live
Shakespeare
in your own country. You're a monkey in your country. They're Spanish. I just said Spanish. Fat, ugly Spanish. What you think? You don't look Spanish? You fat and ugly and broke. You fat, you ugly, and you broke. Okay. We all rich over here. And I just fucked a white bitch from France last night. So what? You fat, you ugly, and you stink. Monkey, shut up with your ugly ass. What you think you doing in my country? Yo, ugly, fat, stinking, ugly, and you need to kill yourself.
You kill
yourself. God, disavow.
You do it too, motherfucker.
And then he walks away. And now the girl with the camera. Now she's all tough.
I don't give a fuck. Don't fucking
He was in your face. You were a little scared. You weren't bringing that fire. You weren't bringing that smoke a moment ago. And she goes off a pretty vulgar. I mean, it's already kind of a vulgar video. Sorry, but no need to go into any more of her. But she's screaming her head off. But that's this guy. That's the same guy. And that manner of speaking, like, I don't know. There's something just really fascinating about this whole this roast.
You ugly and you broke. Okay. We all rich over here. And I just fucked a white bitch.
Oh, okay. Not that part. But listen. Look, he's not lying too. In the last video, he's like, you guys are dogs in this country. And here's a little point to make about it. That's the part where he's being honest. You guys are dogs in this country. At least he's saying the truth on how people are how society is trying to make white people out to be. / how blacks and POCs and others are feeling their real feeling about it. Because they talk about white supremacy. It's always white supremacy. They don't act like it. They don't act like the whites are supreme because they act like this. They get mad. They call them racist. They call them this and that. They take. And then they take. Give me. Give me your job. Give me your. We need more blacks in this. More blacks in this. You're a racist because it's not that way. And presumption of hatred on your side. So you got to do what I say. So at least he's not lying here saying white supremacy. You know, he's saying how they feel. You guys are dogs in this country. So at least he's saying the truth. Or at least soon to be or something. And so this guy's like been going around doing this.
What you doing?
You monkey.
What? It's a traffic cop. What? I'm black American. I'm getting arrested at 10, monkey. Shut up. You don't care about police. I'm a black American. You monkey.
Is it trolling? Is this a joke?
Get out my country.
Most honest, most based and honest black man in... Sorry. That's JLP. The second most honest, based black man in America. Am I wrong? He's pretty honest. I've been getting arrested since I was 10. I ain't scared of police. You monkey. I'm black American.
I'm black American. I'm getting arrested at 10, monkey. Shut up. You don't care about police.
Shut up.
I'm a black American. You monkey. Get out my country.
Who's he talking to? Apparently he's talking to an Asian woman.
You're a monkey. Get out of my fucking country. Monkey. You fucking piece of...
I wonder how many white people watch this, though, and they're like, man, he's being kind of tough on those immigrants. It looks kind of fake, right? Everything is fake? Although everything looks fake to you. But there's something kind of like TikTok-y and social media about it. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something kind of social media-esque about it. But I wonder how many white people see this and they're like, man, this guy's kind of tough on this lady, telling her, get out of my country. Hey, you're right. Yeah, get out of my country, right? It's dumb. It's silly. It's stupid. I mostly like the way he says, the way he talks in here. It's just something fascinating about it.
You stink and you in my country.
There's something captivating about
with your ugly ass.
Your ugly ass.
Think you doing in my country? Yo,
right
ugly,
here.
fat, stinking, ugly. You need to kill me.
Yo, ugly, fat, stinking. So I don't know. There's something captivating about this whole situation, and you may not have known that this guy has been around doing this. Okay, but I'm here thinking like, dang, is Scott Adams right? Is Scott Adams right? Do white people gotta just get away from black people? I mostly just wanted you to see that too. It's funny to me. He got money too, but I don't know how much. Isn't that like I don't know if that's a rich people behavior, flashing stacks of cash like that. But was Scott Adams right? He actually growing on me, man. You see what I mean? There's something captivating about the guy. At least the way he talks. Okay. But maybe Scott Adams was right. But here's what gets me. This is also on the JLP show. This is just JLP show reaction now hour. Okay? I'm just taking Sean's work and telling you, okay, but here's what I think about it. Okay, Robin DeAngelo, you saw this on JLP show maybe. Advises people of color to get away from white people. What is playing? Okay, double standard, blah, 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 blah. That's what you're going to hear me say about this. It's like, oh, what the heck? What's the double standard? But it's true. She said the same thing as Scott Adams, but she's telling people of color to get away from white people. What the heck? Scott Adams is getting major canceled media backlash. White man wants to have a normal environment. Not allowed. Not allowed. Not allowed in this country, right? It's a shame. You stinking. You fat, you ugly, and you stink. Monkey. Okay. All right, y'all. Let me get into what shall we do? What shall we do? Chilling out, nickstream, kick back. What are y'all saying? What are we gonna do next? Let's do start our own. What are you saying? What's chat saying? I've just been talking at this camera, barely reading. Just kind of doing whatever. Lucy Goosey Show, shout out. Take. It's provocative. It gets the people going. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. All right, so let's do. Someone just sent me this. Okay. 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎 sent me this. 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓? Gustav? What is this? It's just a joke picture? Look. Okay, so they're giving this cat. Okay, they're giving this cat like amphetamines. Is that what I'm saying here? What's Pervitin? Pervitin. Okay, this graphic of this cat being fed pills, force-fed pills, which is what? Pervitin. What is this? Temler. I'm googling this right now. Methamphetamine. Okay, this company began selling meth under the brand name Pervitin, which is meth. Okay, a stimulant. And then the cat in the meme dons what is that, a STG, the common automatic small caliber automatic gun back in World War II. that was a common thing in World War II, no? Like amphetamine use for not just the Germans. I heard it was the Germans, but I heard it was every fighting force. They were given like methamphetamine basically to fight longer and harder. So this cat, don't tell the TikTok women about Pervitin. I feel like I'm saying that wrong. Funny stuff, Gustav. Thank you. Adolf. Funny stuff. Is that true? I heard about that. The Germans, World War II, they were all into their meth. Funny stuff. Okay, what are we gonna do next? There's some stuff you might not even find interesting, but I found kind of funny. You know 6ix9ine, that rapper? Let me see if I get into this. You know what we're gonna do? I'm honestly feeling a little bad about any more stories or topics. What shall we do? Let's jump into VR. Let's talk to people, okay? It's been like 3 hours, no? Have we been streaming that long already? Let's switch it up. Let's do a total switch up of the show. No, 6ix9ine didn't die, Based America First. 6ix9ine, that rapper. You may know who I'm talking about. He got like jumped recently, okay? He got jumped recently. And I just look at this guy and I wonder, how do you get here? How do you get here? How do you become 6ix9ine? How do you get to like doing all these tattoos? And I mean, I guess fame adds to it, huh? But this guy got pretty famous with his music. Rapper out of New York, Bushwick. And he got beat up, basically. He got beat up because he's been talking a lot of smack. He's been talking a lot of game. They're calling him a snitch. That he got hit with some racketeering charges or something like that. He was involved with this gang in New York called the 9 Treyway Bloods or something like that. A chapter or whatever of the Bloods. He was involved with them, but then he named names. And when the charges came from the feds, he's like, let me start naming names and get a lesser sentence. Blah, blah, blah. And so he started talking a lot of smack, saying, nobody's gangster, nobody's testing me. Like, I've been out here in the streets and people call me snitch online, but whatever. But anyways, he got beat up. Talking all that smack. And I think I talked about Tekashi a little bit. And he got beat up, like 6ix9ine, injured, taken to hospital after South Florida gym attack. And in this video, you know, the guys are taunting him, saying, oh, we beat up snitches or whatever. What's up with this snitch culture thing, okay? I didn't really know it was that prevalent. Someone might want to tell me, how prevalent is this snitch culture stuff? Is it really like that? We don't talk to cops. We don't talk to... Anyways, I don't have this story set up that well anyways. So we'll move on. snitches get stitches. They tested his gangsta. People are saying in the chat. I don't know. I don't know if he's like. I'm kind of with him. Like he was talking about how you are retarded. You have to be retarded to be about being what's colloquially known as gangsta, meaning you don't talk, because apparently, you know, he got betrayed by these gang members, and so he got like jumped and betrayed and blah blah blah. Yeah, Mr. Mad, honor amongst thieves. So he got betrayed, so he turned on them, and he's saying, I'm not gangsta for doing that. Anyways, I don't want to get. I'm gonna move on. I'm just left wondering about snitch culture a little bit, wondering how prevalent it is, because they beat him up for it. Don't talk to the cops. Let the criminals do what they do. Kind of speaks to why society is the way it is a little bit, at least in part. Okay. Prison culture. Civilized people don't care about this prison culture. Well, Doom Jesus, here's the thing. It's pretty prevalent, okay? Not just prevalent, it's like the mainstream thing. I don't know if you've been paying attention, Doom Jesus. I know you're into your noise and punk stuff. You got some pretty cool tunes, okay? You're a pretty cool guy, okay? Not mainstream, pretty noisy music you listen to, and I like noise. It's pretty cool. Okay, maybe you're not aware of this, Doom Jesus, but that's the main culture, okay? And it's not just black people. It's like all races. The people I grew up with, me even in part, has been heavily influenced by this hip hop culture, which is not just black anymore. It's not just hip hop anymore. It's not just in certain areas. It's global. It's definitely all of America. And it is like the main thing that's being pumped into. I said civilized people. Fair enough. Dude, Jesus said I said civilized people. But hey, these uncivilized, you want to call them uncivilized people, are a gigantic part of your country that you're living in. So maybe you're not aware. But everyone I know younger, especially my age and younger, there used to be like a separation between the subcultures, okay? The punks, okay? The even older disco versus punk, or even older than that. There used to be kind of like a separation within the youth, within the subcultures, but now it's like hip hop has permeated everything, and it's like the gray goo. Hip hop is punk now. Hip hop is rock. Hip hop is goth. Hip hop it's the permeating culture. You know what I'm saying? And as Steve Strock said in his super chat earlier, politics is downstream from culture. I got a caller here on the air. Your name and where you calling from? Go ahead.
Hey, this is Art from Ohio. How you doing, Nick?
Art from Ohio. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir.
Is this the club on the plane? It's the after hour club on the plane.
Yeah, this nigga. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, hope. Yeah, hope.
Art Unleashed.
Art Unleashed, baby.
Welcome, sir.
All my whores, put your hands up, wave them side to side.
No, we're still Christian here. Hey, some people. Hey, look, that doesn't mean they can't wave them side to side. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Man, you've been having a good little show here, man. I don't know where the heck to start. So? Man, you on this show on fire.
I'm just like, let me just sit here and talk, okay? Let me just do this show. I've been trying to just show up. I feel like this. You guys are watching a real time kind of growing, because I don't know what I'm doing. Anyways, go on, Art. You were saying?
So check this out, man. Oh, dude, man. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if you trolling, but I'm just gonna have to just go with my little gut instinct, man. He looked like that dude you said he kind of growing on you. The dude.
Yeah. You fat, you sneaky, and you ugly.
He got a Yo Gotti head. He looked like he got a retarded Yo Gotti head. A broke down Yo Gotti
up
head.
on the screen. For those that don't know, this man's very large head.
Bro, and at that when
very large forehead on this man.
Nah, it was a scene where he was talking to the I think the Spanish lady. You stopped it, man, and you stopped it. You could see all up in his nose, man. He had a 747 turbine nose, jet nose, man. He look like he can snort 3 kilos in 0.5 seconds. Hey, so check this out, man. I have no idea, man. I'm not gonna go there, and be like, oh, he's super wrong, because I don't know what happened to make him act and say that.
Right, we don't see the beginning of that video. You're right, on all of them.
Yeah, I don't know what, and people can give you little mean looks, say little stuff under their breath, and then they want to push record when you get into full swing of saying what you saying, and it makes you look bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Fair enough.
So I don't want to just go in on him and say I just disagree with everything he's saying, because truth be told, if you don't wrong me, whether we in public or wherever we at, we can be in church, I'm a RER from Ohio gonna give you a piece of his mind, you know what I mean? And I don't care who, if you get me going, I'm gonna be loud, I'm gonna be quiet, but you're gonna get a piece of my mind, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But my thing is this, what gets me is, I don't know what he was saying that was wrong or what. Now he said he told them to go back to their country and stuff, and he's saying a lot of stuff that some of these whites, and I wish a lot more of these blacks would be saying. You know what I mean? So a lot of these people need to get some testicle fortitude. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think of how to put this in the best word,
Right.
You got your kids over here, just like you said, 50% of the females is on pharmaceutical drugs. Every time you turn around,
Crazy.
this generation, every time you turn around, this generation of kids, you keep seeing the younger generation fentanyl deaths, whether they between my age and anything lower, fentanyl deaths. And where is that coming from? From China, from Mexico, and on up. And and it's like my generation, these are supposed to be our kids, you know what I mean? And up, my generation up, these are our kids. These these from the whites and everything, these are our kids, and you want to act like you want to stand up for America and our kids, but you turning around and putting them in harm's way, you know what I mean? You want to kumbaya and think everybody's cool and they can come to the dinner table, and it ain't like that. You know what I mean? So it seemed like dude is, man, kind of saying what a lot of us, might be thinking. Everybody can't play for the Bulls. We got to have some type of competition. You know what I mean? And instead of everybody using the same narrative as these liberal blacks would say, oh, it's racist. We coming over to the country or because our country is being what's the word they use when in poverty, or we running from wars. We coming over here because we running from wars. We can't keep using that narrative. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You got to stand up and fix your own country or whatnot. You know, right. The same way America is striving and was good at one point in time. Y'all can make y'all's own country good right now, you know what I mean? Instead of jumping ship and trying to come to America,
bingo,
you need to focus and try to make your own country good, just like Venezuela. I don't know if you've seen it, was a Venezuela clip where the president was basically saying that America is corrupt, and the Mexican president was saying that about Joe Biden.
I covered that. The Mexican president said, I mean, you got fentanyl. You guys are complaining about fentanyl, but you guys have the appetite for it. Which you can't deny that. You could say, and I have things to say about Mexico, I have things to say about AMLO and the rest of his statement. But that statement, just that sentence, that America has the appetite for it, you can't deny that truth. That's just true.
So would it look like I'm being the Chicago Bulls, the 6-time championship, and I'm taking advice from the Washington Wizards that ain't never went, and I'm saying America's supposed to be the Chicago Bulls with 6 rings, and you have Mexico basically telling you how to get rings, and they ain't even got no rings. And I'm just saying that about you. It's crazy that you got third world countries, and just like Africa, where they trying to put gays in prison because it ain't morally right for a man to be on man, unless you want your unless you want your society to die off, and you already ain't having a high enough birth rate. So you got all these other countries that know right from wrong, but you mean to tell me America doesn't know right from wrong? They're supposed to be the greatest land, which I don't say supposed, it is the greatest place in this world to be living. I don't have to go travel nowhere to know that. I love America, but
it's not good for, it's not helping them either. Like, going along with a lie is just going to harm people. Okay, for example, you deserve to be here and you deserve help and you all those things. That just sets them up for a failure. I mean, how many immigrants, etc., just get added to welfare or other things like that? That because from the get-go, it's not about what it matters, you know. Oh, fail if you fail, win if you win. No, it's about everything that's not reality. So that doesn't help them. So it's not love, and that's kind of what you're saying is kind of adds a point to what I've been trying to say here about we gotta like think of it completely differently. Okay, it's not just oh man, these dirty immigrants. It's these people who should be who are abandoning their own country, and the loving thing would be to have them go fix their own thing and grow in their own way. And that's not a hateful thing to say. That's not a hateful thing to do with immigrants.
Yeah, and my another thing is too, wonder if something happens to America. Everybody coming to America, wonder when Americans want to go other places. What happens if something happens drastic to America to where American soil ain't fertile, we can't grow no food over here, everything's all messed up, burning up, and all this extra stuff, and Mexico is still the only place that has land and grass or maybe dirt that ain't probably got no biological stuff on the soil. Why are we gonna go? Ain't nothing gonna be over there because everybody over here. If we want to go to Cuba, we ain't gonna be nothing down there for you but a whole bunch of work, because everybody, instead of them being working in Cuba and in Mexico or in Africa building up Africa or any Afghanistan building up Africa, everybody wants to run over here and jump on the gravy train. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if anything happened over here, or with basically you ain't you putting all your eggs in one basket. You know what I mean? And America ain't the end all be all. You know what I mean? Rome, what's the saying? Rome fell. Rome was built in. It took so many years to build Rome, and it fell in how many days? That what the saying is?
I've heard that. Yeah, that fell in a day or whatever. I mean, I think it fell over time, compounded stuff. But I think a better description is it gets worse and worse until it all fails all at once.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it just, and then the bottom drops. It gets slowly worse until it gets worse all at once. Way too fast before anyone can do anything. And you know, go ahead.
Then even with that, if you look at that chick on there with the at the airport or whatnot, the pilot, you seeing more and more of this stuff. See, back in the day, you didn't used to hear about this type of stuff. And you were like, oh, well, we didn't have phones to where you can record that. Man, it was not stuff like that going on to where you having pilots just bursting out and stuff like that to where people are having these outbursts.
I've never seen a man do that.
Yeah, I have never seen nothing like that, man. Like, prime example, just like you seen the black female punch the black girl on the other team when she was walking by shaking her hand. A lot of this stuff is new stuff. This stuff ain't been happening. Like, this is, and it's just like I say, the red light, green light, yellow light. Them, I mean, you follow the signs or whatnot. If you don't follow the signs, you just waiting to have an accident. But yeah, clearly that airline pilot is a med head. She's on the pharmaceutical drugs or whatnot, and it's just like I was just saying. You don't have enough white people to know they mouth from their butthole, because clearly she don't need to be no dang on pilot.
No,
man. She got some mental problems or whatnot, and I'm glad she showed her true colors, because if she just have a mental breakdown while she's in mid-flight, I'm pretty sure she'll run that plane into it'd be another 9/11 round. She'd be ran that plane into something, man. It's mentally unstable.
Yeah, and, it's like we don't have the confidence or conviction in anything we believe in to just say no to like so many things. There just isn't. I just don't see we talk about all these things and the things we disagree with, but really, I sometimes sit here and wonder. I think it might just take most people saying no, and I don't see even that most basic, just no. It seems to be just capitulating and giving into like, okay, we'll do gay marriage, but don't do this. We'll do this, but don't do that. What about a complete no across the board with love, saying no, no women, you're in your state because of what you've been brainwashed with feminism and to hate men. No transgenders, we're not agreeing with you, and we're not doing the surgery thing, and we're not cool with what you're doing, and what's going on with you is your own brainwashing and the situation that you're going through. That you know what I'm saying, like an understanding and a saying no with like strength, authority, and love. There's no one saying no. It's always kind of halvesies. Like Ron DeSantis. Sorry, Ron DeSantis. Oh, you can't teach gay stuff to our kids, but after fourth grade you can. Like it's not nothing's really all the way with anything.
Man, I want a strong alpha male. Hell no. And chin up, chest out. He's racist. I don't care if you think he's racist or whatnot. Man, I know he ain't. Already know he ain't racist. Man, I don't care what that. I want a strong alpha male. Hell no. Like I mean, just like you was just saying, even just like you were saying, you don't have enough people saying that, and it goes back to with that clip that Hake was playing, where the females was acting like they were scared to say what's the difference between a man and a female, where it was 4 to 5 females on the thing. I don't want to offend nobody. Don't nobody want to offend nobody because they think that they standing up for some imaginary sex that ain't a sex. It's only a man and female, but they so acting like they offending somebody that you ain't offending, because you can't offend something that's a scientific fact. And then you got people just acting like they scared to stand up for what we know is morally right and scientifically right. And it just goes back to what goes back to what you was just saying or whatnot. And something else or whatnot, I don't know if everybody noticing like I'm noticing. I've been seeing a lot of these businesses or whatnot just closing around me. And I've been hearing about a lot of businesses closing down there in Oregon and a lot of these other places or whatnot, some of these woke places. But see, I think what people are failing to realize when Obama was sending them jobs over there overseas or whatnot, that was the start of it.
Oh, now okay. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, that was the start when you send all them manufacturing companies like GM and
Obama did that.
The phone companies, all these big corporation companies overseas offshoring. Now we in this situation.
What was the point?
China.
He did. So Obama did it.
Huh?
So Obama did that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he started it off. It was he started it off. Yep, he started off. Now you come to now where we into this stuff with China and Russia or whatnot. Well, if you look if my logical alpha mind, this reminds me of what happened. I think if my history is correct, I think it was the Vietnam War and some of these other wars, I'm not mistaken, that's what they do. They shut down a lot. That's how you know war is going on or whatnot, because they start shutting down business and they start trying to consolidate. Not take to try to use the big term. Well, that's the best way the term that I can think of at this time. But trying to consolidate or whatnot, and basically it's I was saying that they. What's his name? The Ukraine president was
Volodymyr Zelensky
was saying that y'all American kids is gonna go to war. Well, he might not be wrong because how they he said that. He said that, and he might not be too far off because the simple fact that if you don't got no jobs around you to work or whatnot, the military and the industrial government complex is gonna be the only thing that you're gonna be able to work. So they're gonna try to force you into having to go and join the army. You ain't gonna have to basically what's the word that I'm looking for where you have to sign up to when you get into high school you gotta enlist into the what's it called?
The selective service.
selective service. So basically, they have you on record that you signed.
Right.
Well, you ain't gonna really even have to.
They
do
nabbed
that
me
for
up in Canada.
Yeah. Well, they ain't gonna have to do that because if it ain't no jobs, man, you ain't able to feed yourself. You gonna end up having to go into the military to feed your family. And a lot of people ain't realizing and seeing that with everything with the banks, all of that stuff that's going on there. That's what it's in. That's what it's a slow snowball effect. The snowball is small and it's getting bigger as it's rolling down the hill. And truth be told, I'm not no Putin fan or what. I love America to the core. You know what I mean? Real alpha conservative Americans.
Yeah.
God fearing Christians, tribe of Judah, as I would call myself, strong Christians that stand for something. That ain't gonna fall for too much of nothing. You know what I mean? I ain't saying I'm perfect because I'm not. I'm a human in human form. But he's doing America a favor. Because a lot of this stuff, just going on, anything happen, you and these psychos ain't got them damn pharmaceutical meds or these fatbacks, you overweight. They a lot of these people gonna die off real quick if anything it destabilizes any more in America. Like it ain't gonna. China and Putin ain't gonna even have to shoot no nuclear nothing off. They just gotta tinker around with the thing right here and the thing right there, and Jenga, the
societal levers.
All fall down. Yeah, you the best base because America, truth be told, America's on a breaking point, man. And it's like you got a lot of people that went to Harvard. They don't went and paid a lot of money to go to these schools, and they're been put in these positions, but they don't know they mouth from their butt, man. They literally don't. I mean, you can get some people that only graduated from high school, don't got no college degree, and they gonna give them Harvard kids a run for their money because they don't have no moral compass and they don't got common sense.
Man, thank you, Art. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's totally crazy, and it sure seems like that sometimes. I don't like going along with that seemingness and what I'm referring to is that it seems like America is on a breaking point. I don't really know, and so I don't want to just go with a feeling, but it sure seems like that sometimes.
Well, and then something else real quick, one more thing. I get the impression, and I ain't gonna say I get because I even thought it. I think it's more black people that like Trump than they try to make it seem, and I think it's a lot a lot of white people that don't like Trump.
Oh, okay.
and they're acting like they like Trump. You see what I'm saying? I feel like there's a lot of. Basically, I don't think that a lot of these white people that act like they in Trump's. They acting like they for Trump. They not really for him. They just putting on. What's the gaslighting?
Okay.
As they
Why do you say that?
I forgot the reason why I was saying it. It just seemed like it's like a CIA op or something, man. Like like it's a agenda that they pushing because a lot of the stuff that's going on with Trump shouldn't be going on with Trump. And then you see the narrative. They always seem to put ignorant black, just like the Braggs dude that was allegedly supposed to be getting Trump arrested or whatnot. Which I didn't bite into it because I already know the Democratic narrative. Right. They just want to throw something in front of you to distract you from Epstein or what's going on overseas with China and Russia. Well, it's just like I was telling Hake on the show earlier, is that I want to get to the meat and the fat. I don't want the bone, man.
Right.
And you got a lot of people just trying to stick to the bone, but I don't feel like how do we keep getting these dumb blacks like that prosecutor or what? It was a black, what was his name? I don't know if she was a politician or what. She said, the first thing I do when I get in office is I'm going for Trump. Where are we finding all
the one in New York?
Yeah, the one in New York. Where are all these dumb
not
blacks
Stratton.
Yeah. Were they falling for the okie doke, man? Like, y'all don't understand that y'all are basically being tricked. Just like I was saying about the John Pierre female, you're not white. You see what happened to the CNN anchor, the one dude, the gay dude, what's his name from CNN?
Don Lemon.
Don Lemon, you see how they did? He got this. How the liberals do. As soon as you say something that they don't like, they gonna send you to a diversion class or something, and then they gonna try to let you you back on CNN to fire you. So that's the same thing I'm saying about John Pierre. As soon as you say something them liberals don't like, you a nigga this and you a nigga that, and that we don't have that problem. Yeah, they
have re-education. You know, you got to do re-education.
Yeah.
That happens a lot, actually. People don't know. That happens a lot. You know, I read that because I'm reading the news all the time. And I'll see as punishment for certain crimes, people get sent to like re-education. To like re-educate. Like, even 6ix9ine, I was talking about 6ix9ine. 6ix9ine had 6ix9ine earlier, I was talking about him, you know, that rapper guy. And he was he caught some charges because he was, you know, found to have taken pictures and have done like sexually kind of like movements to a 13-year-old girl. He didn't know she was 13-year-old. He said she looked old and everything. He was 17. The point is that one of his punishments was, besides 300 hours of community service and having to apologize, he had to go to like a re-education training.
Yeah.
And I couldn't even look into what exactly they made him do. So I'm wondering if they got people strapped into like chairs, holding their eyes open while they like feed them like training videos on treating women and diversity.
Yep. And that's crazy. You sitting there saying that, man. Just like you were saying, something I've listened to what you were saying. Definitely need a smaller government, man. You're gonna have to. Because the more you keep just letting this government get bigger and these agencies keep getting bigger, it's just basically a shit show. You got too many college heads that are so liberal, blacks and whites, and they getting in these positions or whatnot, just like they don't have no moral compass. They don't know the Constitution. They just holding the title, but don't know what their job title is. Yeah. They don't understand the bounds of what they can and what they can't do under the Constitution, under the amendments, and even under the rules that their job contains. Like every job has certain rules that you can and you can't do. They don't even know that. And you're gonna have to have a smaller government just so you can have some logical people in there to where it ain't all this mayhem. I agree with you 100% on that, man, for sure. And that's where you're getting all these little programs to where it's basically we're gonna send you to a diversion program. No, man, this ain't nothing but a whole bunch of stuff just to be keeping that Democratic plantation running. But God bless you, Nick, man. I'll catch you later, man. Tell my big brother, hey, I'll catch y'all later, man.
Time.
And we still rolling with Trump.
Thank you, sir. Moving the wheels. Appreciate that. Got another caller here. Caller, you're on the air. Your name and where are you calling from?
Robert from L.A.
Sorry, repeat your name.
Robert from L.A.
Hey, Robert. Welcome. Pleasure.
Thank you. Did you hear about the white dust sent to the DA Bragg in New York?
So what happened?
They sent white powder to the DA Bragg.
Okay, Alvin. Yeah, that DA in New York, the one who's trying to indict Trump.
Yeah.
Alvin Bragg. They sent him white powder?
It was, like a substance,
Who sent him?
Fatal substance that can kill you through the mail.
Bragg, DA, wait a second. Authorities investigating envelope with white powder sent to Bragg. An envelope containing a suspicious letter and white powder was sent to Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, whose office is investigating former President Trump, blah, blah, blah. And they're saying this might have been an attempt on his life or something, huh?
Well, that's my reason for the call. My call is to ask you, who do you think sent it?
Who do I think sent? I couldn't be sure.
I don't believe it was Trump supporters.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I believe sincerely it was the FBI.
Now, okay.
They want the public to think us Trump supporters are terrorists and criminals, and we sent this thing. I believe it could have been a Jesse Smollett thing where they sent it to themselves, or the FBI did it.
I find it hard to. I just find it hard to believe most things I hear, and all that. But people are whacked out. You know, I won't put it past anyone. It seems like a lot of people are angry and whacked out in this country. But here's what I'll say. I gotta say, I find it hard because even in the January 6th stuff, even that, and what some might call a height of emotion and blah blah blah. Even during that, most of the people there, they were just walking through, and I'm talking about the people that went in and everything. They were walking through. They stayed inside of the lines. They were respectful to the Capitol. You know what I'm saying? Like, I find it hard to think that someone is. And
they got like a dragnet out for another 1,000 Trump supporters to arrest the FBI and throw in jail and make political prisoners out of these Trump supporters, you know, from January 6th. 2 years later, they're still going to arrest another up to 1,200 people.
Wow.
Yeah, and they've already said they're clearing out the jails and getting the courtroom ready. They're going to try to burn these guys.
Yeah, the country's changed 100%, like drastically in my lifetime, and even just the few years I've been in this country, which is just since 2019. Okay,
well, I think
it's changed so massively. There's no free speech. That's gone.
Well, St. George Floyd had a lot to do with all this ugliness today. And
That's a
the
good
COVID,
point.
George Floyd's so-called murder, I call it being brought to justice, is what all these changes for the worst.
They were a sacrificial, ritual sacrifice, if you will. And I don't mean that, I mean that very vaguely, but you know what I'm saying? Whatever happened there, the point is people used it, and they even said it. It said it in plain English. We can't let a crisis go to waste, et cetera, to bring about and shape the America in the way they see it, which has been radically different than many of us even realize. We're talking about people like you may have heard of. Have you heard of this guy named Ricky Vaughn?
No.
Basically, a young guy getting investigated over posting memes on Hillary Clinton. You know what I'm saying? That's where we're at. People posting memes online getting investigated.
Well, let me ask you, do you think Derek Chauvin is a political prisoner?
I think in some ways you could describe him that way. Because here, take this in. Even now, when people talk about the George Floyd thing, they'll call Derek Chauvin a racist murderer. Tell me how you can logically come to that conclusion that you have a police officer and he did the whole knee thing, and maybe he shouldn't have done that, this or that, whatever. But how can you how can you look at that man and say that was a racist murder? You know what I'm trying to say here? It's just quite a leap. And to call him that and have the man in prison now if things were, if that's the way it's presented to us, okay? And I can't go along with that. And so in that sense, he's a political prisoner because he there's just no way he's a racist murderer. Like, that doesn't make sense here. Okay? Maybe an accident, maybe manslaughter, maybe you could try convincing me there. But that's the way it's presented to us, that this was a racist murder.
What happened to those black officers in Tennessee? You don't hear nothing about that, where they, I think they beat him to death.
Those, oh yeah, the Tyree Nichols situation, huh?
Right. What happened to those officers?
You know what? They got fired, right? Didn't they get fired? But I don't know what else happened to them.
No jail.
They got no jail, huh?
I didn't hear that they did.
I didn't hear about that either, personally. I know they were fired. They were.
He didn't go to jail. They killed Ashley Babbitt at the January 6th.
They were apparently charged. Here, wait 1 sec. The Tennessee officers have been charged with his murder.
Yeah, but I don't believe they're in custody. Not that I've heard.
Are they in jail? We're doing a little live Googling here. Pull that up for me, Jamie. They have each bonded out of jail, according to Revolt TV. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the answer for you. But it's crazy. I mean, I remember. Yeah, go ahead.
The J6ers that are real political prisoners are suffering for 2 years without bail. Unconstitutional, criminal.
Yeah.
Those guys down in Georgia, the Antifa people that bombed the firebomb or attempted to firebomb the police station, they all bailed out the next day.
Interesting. Yeah. You know, like I was saying, it's like a totally different country. And I think more than ever, people need to, white people and people who get it, everybody, they need to be smart, okay, with what they say and do. Because it's not this free country where you could just protest and say and speak your mind, okay? More than ever, you can't be mad at what you're seeing, because that is the worst response right now. You know what I'm saying? Like they want you mad. Like, look at this double standard. Look at these people. You got to understand that the people you're talking about, they're all in with the new way of doing things. Okay, there used to be an old regime, or whatever, or people in power. It used to be men. It used to be maybe somewhat proto-Christian, something like that. Now there's a new way of doing things, and you're seeing in all facets of society, they're all in. They're talking about reparations. They're giving money. What, they give $9 million to protesters? You saw that? $9 million to like protesters. Why? Not because they're like, we like protest. No, because it's an appeasement to the new way of doing things. And these are the patron saints, if you will, in this new way of doing things. The protesters, they were actually the freedom fighters of this new society. Okay, and those cops, Derek Chauvin, they're the pariahs and the old way, the white way, and all that. You know what I'm saying here?
Sure.
They're all in, and you can't. They can't help, even if they don't agree with certain things. They can't help but be all in with the new way of doing things. They've placed their bets, is what I'm trying to say here. They've placed their bets, and this is what's going to be the new thing.
Well, I think it's like Hake said. It's a global, homo, as he puts it, situation is who they are. They want a global, no boundaries, no borders situation in this world.
Yeah.
One world government is what they're ultimately seeking. You know, the Bilderbergers and those people that meet in Davos, Switzerland, those, you know, the globalists.
Right. And, you know, I've heard of this kind of stuff over the years, and I've heard of this kind of stuff with a little derision, like, oh, whatever, globalists. But when everything I'm seeing, and it's only what I can see, I haven't like researched it or gone into it, but everything I see, it doesn't seem to be a secret. You know what I mean? These people talk openly about using crises to take over, and they openly talk about planting their people in governments, the World Economic Forum. They openly talk about creating a connected and no border world. They openly talk about it. So I don't know. You might be onto something.
Emboldened by Biden. These leftists have been emboldened to say evil openly, unchallenged. There was a black lady just relieved. She was head of the DOD, Department of Defense, that teaches the children of Pentagon workers education. She's openly anti-white. Openly anti-white. She wrote a tweet that was attacking white people. I forget the phrases she used for audacity, caudacity. Tucker had it on his show tonight, and they didn't fire her. They just transferred her somewhere. Government bureaucrat, white hater. That's what we have embedded in our government, that type of personality, if you want to call it that.
Yeah. It really is, man. I don't, you're not saying anything wrong there.
You think they'll get reparations up in Frisco?
I've heard convincing arguments on both sides. I don't know.
No, I know.
I think they will. I personally think they will. And the only reason is because I don't see anybody stopping it. That's
how can they afford it?
I know. I've heard that, and that makes the most sense to me as to why I wouldn't. But they'll figure something out.
Can it be challenged in court?
Can it be challenged in court? I don't know.
Well,
I don't
the white
know.
tax,
I don't know if that even matters.
they're being robbed.
Yeah.
Legally. They're legally being robbed. It said each white family would pay about $97,000.
Wow.
Over, like a 20-year period or something like that.
Wow.
The numbers may be off.
It's a long line of scams and taking of money from people, and Americans specifically, by way of taxes and by way of other things. It seems to be many years and a long line of things that have been doing that, okay? Unconstitutional taxes, and think about the property tax, for example. And, it just seems to be a long line of that. And people don't know. People don't know what's happening to them. Boiled frog scenario. You know what I'm saying? Bring the water up slowly.
Scam. It's basically a robbery done by the politicians on a racial basis. Well, I never owned a slave, and nobody alive was a slave from 1860s. And nobody's a slave owner. So how can they? This is robbery. It's pure robbery.
Yeah, and I just don't find it. I find it hard to think that it wouldn't happen. With everything I've seen, it just seems like it would.
Well, San Francisco is a haven for evil, and I think the political establishment is evil. I mean, they hate the white people. They're communists, liberals. They hate God. I don't know if it's in San Francisco or some big city. They actually built a Satan statue to Satan at taxpayer expense because they're supposed to be a legitimate religion. Oh, did you know they're suing in one of the states, red states, that has banned abortion? They're suing maybe Kansas or one of those states, I forget, because they're saying that abortion is a satanic ritual.
Oh, really?
Babies. Yeah, and this is their
child sacrifice.
Human sacrifice is a satanic ritual in their words, and they're using this to be in a case to sue the state in order to allow for abortions for these evil people.
Oh, okay. So they are saying it's part of their religion and they need religious protections to do it.
Correct.
Wow.
Correct. But it's still murder.
That's
still
very. That is just wild. You think you wouldn't even think you'd hear about this in reality. But
it's true.
It's
true.
Yeah. No, I believe you.
Probably not going to pass. I think it'll be thrown out. But
right.
I was.
But they would try it,
And they didn't. I mean, we had church when I was in the military. We had church services. Now I've read about some years ago, the Satan people demanded equal, church services on base, and the military had to oblige them. I forget what these evil people call themselves. They got some name for their so-called church. But it's like they're basically, in my view, an extension of the Democratic Party, these Satan people. I'm not saying all Democrats are Satan worshipers,
right.
But if you logically extend their beliefs, like abortion, that's exactly what Satan wants. Maybe they're doing it purposefully,
but your average person, the main person, your neighbor, really, not these satanic ritual people, but the people that you walk next to, your neighbors, the ones that believe in this. The reason they do that, right? They think, for example, women, they think it's their body, it's their choice. They see it as simply removing a kidney. It's just a fetus. They see it as it's loving because they're not going to bring a child that they wouldn't be able to care for. You know what I'm saying? That's how they see things. And so that's kind of alludes to a little lightweight point I was trying to make in the show. It's like we got to respond and be different. Because we're sitting here talking about, okay, trans and look at what they're saying about white people, but anyways, whatever. I'm not saying you're wrong about what you're saying, man. I totally understand you. I'm glad you got it off your chest because a lot of people feel the same way. We just gotta have a different response than this. I don't know. I just see this a lot amongst conservatives. It's just blah blah blah. But do we understand what's going on with them? And do you realize that they see us the same way? They say the same things. They call us weirdos and harming children for being against homosexuality, for example. They're like, we're harming kids, and that we're weird and we shouldn't be allowed around children. That's what we think of them. You know what I'm saying? They say the same words and terminology. They just flip it on us, and so it's just a forever fight.
Sure, most of the people, for example, that support Trump are Christians. Not all, but most. And most of the people on the other side, if you go to their extreme, I'm talking Antifa, BLM, to me personally, those people get their energy from the devil. They are of Satan. Most of them aren't Christians. They don't even profess to be Christians. So who are they? Where do they get their moral strength from? The devil. That's my view. That's just my view. But it seems to be true. I mean, they can't say that about us, that we're controlled by evil, because we're trying to save babies. You know, they're trying to bring drag queens into the schools.
Fair enough, man. No, I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So that's how I look at it. I think it's a battle of good versus evil. And right now, evil's winning. I hate to say that, but it's every time I get up, look at the paper, bad news. Bad news for whites, bad news for Christians. Just bad. So anyway,
you sound a little like down about it. Like,
well, yeah, I don't see any hope. I mean, do you see any light at the end of the tunnel here? I mean, we could get.
I don't, but I don't really think like that. Maybe this is silly. Maybe I'm an
optimist.
No, I'm not even optimistic about it. It seems bad to me. It doesn't seem like it's coming back. It seems like World War III is happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think all those things, but I don't really trip about it. Maybe maybe I'm like a aloof person. Maybe this is a negative thing, but I don't know. I don't think about so much about the future so far ahead, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think about it in such a, because you sound like pretty down about it.
Do you think Trump, can save us if he becomes a president again, or at least put the brakes on what's going on?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Think he'll win?
Definitely starting off just straight away, day one, foreign policy. Okay, tensions in the world are rising. You know, we got a lot of things happening, a lot of big moves in the big game across the pond. You know what I'm saying? And I think that'll be a huge tension release. People want peace. You know, you've heard of maybe peace talks being shot down by the U.S., by the UN. Peace talks in the Ukraine-Russia war. But I think Trump can bring some light there. So already right away, some tension release.
He's got to build that wall, finish the wall.
Yeah.
And get back with Putin. I'm not saying Putin's good, but we want him over the Chinese communist. You know, I'm not defending Putin here, but one thing he should know: he does not allow for drag queens, and he does not allow for an open border. I know he's not a perfect man. I know, he's done some terrible things, I'm sure. But
it's proof that we could do it. It's proof that we could do it too, and it's not that far. It's just we got people in the way.
Well, we got drag queen shows in Texas.
Right.
You know, if they could bring their evil to the, state of Texas, I don't know.
Bring their evil. Who?
Pardon?
Bring their evil. Who brought their evil to Texas?
The drag queens. They have the drag shows for the kids in Texas.
True. But that's like everybody, man. Like Christians. We got Christians saying, it's okay, live and let live. We have had no conviction on saying no and on what's right for many years, from what it looks like to me. Decades of no conviction and being okay with some stuff. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of like a weak kind of not all the way authority in this country. So, I mean, can it... I blame everybody. I blame the drag queens and the parents and everybody allowing it. It seems like we've all allowed it, you know, in some respect.
You know, after they legalized homosexual marriage, within a few years, these drag queen issues started coming up. We never heard about it 10 years ago. Now it's all of a sudden everywhere. And I believe there's a correlation between that and the homosexual marriage, which violates God's law. And the Supreme Court stupidly allowed for this evil to become legal, even though all the states voted against it, homo marriage. And now it's supposedly law of the land, and look what it has led to.
Seriously. Yeah, listen, thank you for your call, man. I'm going to move the wheels on this.
God bless you, Nick. Thank you.
Pleasure. Appreciate it. It sounds kind of familiar. Okay, y'all. Here's what we're going to do. Ramble stream, Nick stream, whatever. What are y'all saying? What's going on here? What's going on here, huh? I'm taking a walk through the cabin. Taking a walk through the plane here. See what's going on. What's going on over here, huh? Okay. Can't read the chat. Okay, here it is. Do a barrel roll. Where are we? We got land underneath us again, I think. I'm just going to have to find some land. I'm just going to have to find a highway or something. You know what I mean? We're going to have to find a highway or something to land. Because we got to bring her down. Let's start bringing her down. Let's start bringing her down. And emergency land up in this mug. Because that's it. All right? That's just it. Bring down the speed. Bring us down, computer. We'll find somewhere to put her down. Put her down easy. What's going on here? Oops. Okay. I'm a little thrown off here. Hold on. What are we going to do? What's up, Donnie Armour? He ran us out of gas. You know what? I think we did run out of gas. Check it out. It says here on the screen, fuel level low. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing, y'all. You guys see this? That says fuel level low. Nah. That's no... whatever. Nah, we're fine. We're fine. What are you guys doing tonight? We Nick streaming some more? We're doing VR? What's going on? Pleasure, Donnie, as always. What the heck are we gonna do? Nick stream all night. Yes, Gunner saying VR chat another day. Why?
Yeah, I know what time it is. It's on.
7:55 p.m. here in Los Angeles. You guys still up? First class. First class is getting antsy. They don't want me to land nose first. All right, I'll be right back. Hold on. Emergency landing. We gotta bring her down, boys. We gotta bring it down. Autopilot off. Flight directors off. I can't even see. That's a ominous moon in the distance. I see some lights down there though. I'll go towards the lights. Let's bring her down. Incoming, whatever city's beneath us. Another aviation incident? Uh-oh. We need to bleed off some of this speed. We're gonna do an emergency landing. Everybody brace. All right, flight attendants, calm down the people. Make sure they have insurance. If they don't, oh well. Brace, brace, brace. Brace. Oh. Oh. We're bouncing. Hydraulics on the plane. Okay. Oh. Crunchy. Crunchy, crunchy landing. But the plane is intact. I wish they simulated all that. It breaking apart. Ah. But we've stopped. All right, passengers. Your cargo. Make sure when opening up the overhead compartments that you check before they may have dislodged. They may have come dislodged in the course of the voyage there. So you're gonna want to check that. Make sure you walk out in an orderly fashion, okay? And we thank you for your continued patronage here at nickstream. Flying nickstream, thank you. Flying Anchor Baby Airlines. Yeah, my screen doesn't look good. What's up, Kevin Howe? All right. All right, y'all. What should we do now? Do another 3 hours? Okay. All right, y'all. What are you guys saying? What shall we do? Let's pop into VR. Why not? Let's do a little bit more. Let's pop in, see what the people are saying, and get down. All right, y'all, chill. Hold on. Be right back. Let me get the headset. Let me get everything.